Ladies and gentlemen, we are live. We are back with the CCT Close Qualifier for Season 3. It is the European qualifier, of course, here, Series 1 of Season 3 here at the CCT. And Champions of Champions Tour continue, as always. My name's Over. I'll be bringing you the action for this first best of 3 of the day. Well, one's already supposed to have happened, but unfortunately, due to a forfeit, we didn't get to see the first series of the day. But finally, the second one, and then the third and the fourth, hopefully, will continue to be played out as well. RushB versus Copenhagen Wolves. That's what's coming up next. We waited for about 2-3 hours to get here. And I think it's best if we just go over the teams real fast. I know they're going to be eager to start. They're already about half-hour delayed, give or take a few minutes. And today's schedule, as you can see, Sangal got a free win over PT Family. I believe that also pretty much eliminates PT Family from the tournament, as this is their second forfeit in a row. And then Copenhagen Wolves versus RushB, the one I've just mentioned, we're going to be watching here. Later on today, RushB versus Alliance and Sashi versus Rage. Now, I can't say for sure who it's going to be. I can't say for sure who it's going to be afterwards coming to check in, but I'm sure it's going to be a banger regardless. If everybody's tuned in and ready, let's see the teams themselves that we're going to be watching right here. The Wolves versus RushB. And it is going to be the mixed European team of the Wolves under the guardsmanship of Coste, aka Tapeware, Bielani, Jaquinho, Mateos, and Quez. Of course, the coach Coste. Tohio for a while, but I believe they brought him in at the start of this year, 2025, in January. So Coste is going to be the one taking over the duties of the coach. Tapeware still the IGL, Bielani still a hard hitter, and Jaquinho kind of trying much as he can. Mateos, interestingly enough, a Croatian player. I haven't had the chance to really cast him before. I haven't seen him in any team that, you know, I would have the pleasure of casting, so I'm eager to see what the Croatian player can do here. I'm hoping that he can show up in style. I believe he's got a total of 6 maps played recently with the team, and none of them super enticing. On the other side, Quez, a player everybody should already know or should be well knowledgeable of. been around since almost 2018, 2019, actually perhaps even earlier if you look at his past. And honestly, I think his biggest uprise was on Tricked, but then we never really saw the I think the best out of him just yet. So hopefully today will be the case of the best versus the best. But in any case, that's going to be the Wolves. Now, I don't need to speak more on Tate-Ware and Bielani probably. We can speak more on RushB, a team that I think everybody's kind of got their eyes on currently, especially one of the players. You can see him on the far left here, Kaid. I mean, he has been going over... like this guy, I don't know what it is, I don't know what he eats, but his performances have been non-stop out of this world. Like, for real, he's got a 119 rating on HLTV, and most of the last, let's say, 50 matches, he's mostly been just above positive. I mean, not just above positive, he went like 1-2 or, 1-4 rating, up to there even. At one point, I think he threw a 2.09 rating. That was, of course, against an unknown Kazakhstani team, but still, point in hand is he's the star of the team. RushB, of course, then also have Sovalio, Fozil, Hasanator, and Easy. All of these guys have been around for a long time. Maybe not so much Sovalio and Fozil, but Easy, he's been definitely here for quite a while. And to be fair, he's not listed in the official lineup on HLTV. I know RushB has had some issues with their rosters. Well, not rosters, but rather with their five-man squad, because Moon was supposedly on the roster as well, but, he's not here. Obviously, Hasanator and Easy stepping in. Obviously, Easy, if you don't know him, he's from Gun 5s. I mean, he played there for, a year beforehand. He was in Aurora Youngbloods. Been doing pretty well, but, hasn't had that impact just yet that you'd expect, perhaps. And then, obviously, Hasanator, perhaps the biggest unknown of them all. Again, around since 2020-something. And I think the only time I've really seen him play was in Space last year. I think that was the only period I've ever really seen him. So hopefully he's going to do well. I'm not really sure what to expect out of RushB. Together right now with this roster, they have been playing for about 2 months, with the four, Fozil, Hasanator, Kaid, and Sovalio. I'm not sure what to make out of with Easy, where Moon is. I mean, I know he's been benched when he joined 10 days ago, which is weird. I don't know why. But hopefully he's going to be playing, because Moon is pretty damn awesome. In any case, the veto. We got the veto already. Train and Inferno have been removed. Then we go to Mirage, Nuke, not Nike. And we ban Dust and Anubis. So the pick from, I believe, the Wolves is on Mirage. And, of course, RushB picking Nuke. And then we leave Ancient as the third and final one, and I believe that is indeed correct. So it's going to be RushB starting CT Mirage. That's a good thing, I think, I would believe, because the Wolves, well, from what I know of them, from what I've seen them in the past, let's say 6 months, give or take, in the last season of both CCT and other tournaments, they had their troubles. They certainly didn't do as well as I think they wanted to, or, well, they expected to, perhaps. They lost against some very weird teams. They lost against Sashi, which I think doesn't make a lot of sense. Sashi has been... I mean, they've been doing a bit better lately, but generally speaking, they've been one of the weakest teams when it comes to the, recognizable names. They were losing against BC Game, and they were losing against teams like Money F, just weird teams. That's what I'm saying. So I hope that today will be a bit different. But regardless, Mirage first. I mean, it's a base map. Then we go to Nuke, which is going to be a real test for the Wolves. On the other hand, the discussion can be kind of had with RushB having replacements. Instead of Moon, they have Easy. Hasanator obviously playing as well. So I'm not sure what to make out of it all, but hopefully nothing too poorly. With that being said, I believe, head-to-head feels okay, feels right here. Matheos, what? Where are we getting these stats for Matheos? I'm not particularly sure. Like I said, completely unknown player on the server right now for us. So I hope that he's going to perform as well as he might be looking as. In any case, ladies and gentlemen, let's get our heads out of the, something. And the Wolves losing against Sashi yesterday as well, like I said. It's not a great outlook, but I believe that it's time to showcase what they're made of. The Wolves are ferocious beasts that live in packs and hunt in packs, and I think right here, this is no different. They're going to have to hunt in a pack to get RushB down to their knees. On the other side, RushB, they've got the ace in the hole, right? They've got Cade, the player that you usually look to when you go for individuals on that team. And I just hope that they're going to be performing. They just played a series going into 3 maps, and they did not come out on top. They, I believe, lost the series in the Thunderpick World Championships against Astrum. Again, Astrum is the new organization. Well, is it really an org? But it's, the Patsy, Grix, Norvig, Kenzie, Clack setup. But regardless, they just played a 3-map series. They just played Ancient, Train, and Nuke, having both Ancient and Nuke as the 2 maps now here in this veto as well. A few question marks definitely to be had, but I believe we're ready to begin, hopefully soon, as our first map is going to be Mirage, and I'm hoping that it's going to be a good one. Boring Mirages are the worst Mirages. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to CCT. Welcome back to the live, into the ether here, into the live match between, of course, none other than RushB and Copenhagen Wolves. My name's Over. I'll be bringing you the action here for this series. Unfortunately, we missed the first one due to a forfeit, but hey, there's always more to come. The season's just begun. And, well, here we are. It's round 1. Copenhagen Wolves are going to be kicking it into high gear T side, starting off with a bit of an aggressive move towards B, it looks like. They want to split here. Let's see if they make it work, or if they get it to work. Utility thrown. Fossil already holding the door, making sure they cannot cross, and they've slowed down because of the Molotov. There's the counter flash. They're prepared for it. They've got 3 players on the line. Fossil with a secondary, maybe a third. No, Hasanaka to steal it, and it seems like RushB's got this one in the bag. This is a near impossibility, and it is an impossibility. Not a single kill, and it is going to be RushB to take the pistol. Ladies and gentlemen, round 2. Copenhagen Wolves, full eco. I'm happy that the Croatian scene is getting some love as well. They've had their fair share of controversies, Maki looking at you, but in general, the Balkan scene, as I always like to say, has been a little bit stumped in recent days, times. Specifically, we're talking about ex-Yugoslavian countries. The Macedonians maybe not so much, but everybody else for sure. And there's even things happening in Slovenia, for example. We've got an up-and-coming team of 5-stack Slovenians playing for Diamant Esports. I'm kind of, keeping an eye out on them. Hopefully, we'll see them on an up-and-coming circuit like this one within the future 6 months. But in any case, I'm happy to see names that I don't recognize, which means the scene is healthy and we are progressing somewhere. Matheos, the fact that he is a Croatian player is also nice to see, because let's see how he represents Balkan CS. As Cade, pretty much aware this is an A split. I mean, the bomb's going to go B just as an attempt, but there's still 2 players on B. They've got this on lockdown. The information is more than enough here, as they are cleaned up. They are backed up and done. That is going to be round 3 up next. Well, regardless of everything, we are watching our first match. So there's a lot of things there's a lot to go wrong. You can never really say everything's going to go perfectly just yet on the first try, but that counter util, nearly perfect smoke timing as well. Copenhagen Wolves are now locked into pit. They could try a fast A split, which is what they're looking to do. A player in Palace, a player in middle. Tapeware trying to connect it all. They're going to be walking out into open arms of the side. It's with a triple on a FAMAS. And it's plenty enough with Tapeware lurking through con. They are taking their sweet time. Look at the deep flank coming in from Easy. He's about to be in pit. And they've got them in lockdown. The counter maul into CT helps. Now it's all eyes on. Oh, Easy turns around, checks it out. But unfortunately, cannot get the kill, which means Easy's still alive, which means he's still danger, or a danger, which means he has to avoid two angles at the same time, and therefore Tapeware then left alone. A 3-0 start. RushB playing a very good game of CS. They are well warmed up. They are ready to take this one on. And keep in mind, second map is Nuke. So if we're thinking about how things could go, RushB is going to be happy with Nuke. Like, honestly, take a look at their series, right? I mean, RushB don't mind Nuke here. Having lost against Astrum, I'm fairly certain that was a fluke. They're going to be happy with playing it again and giving it another go. That's what they chose it. Round 4, another A execution. This one's straightforward. No delays, no bullshit, no splits. It's effectively a full send. Molly into balcony. Matheos with the needle shot on Somalia. Takes care of one of the defenders. I don't think the weapon can be retrieved, but hey, it's a kill. It helps. Trying to prevent the bomb plant. That's not really going to happen. Counter Molly is really good, as well as the nade. Forces them out of CT. Now they can peek the first corner, making sure they can't get flashes. As the bullets keep on flying, the bodies keep on flying up. And that is going to be a round done. Bielani might as well just save the Kevlar here. There's literally a 0% chance he's able to save this round. Unless... Holy... Nah, okay. Unless Easy gives it up that easily. You know, that's the only thing that really scares me, is players having a 3v1 and then allowing for individuals to take their fights. And that's the only thing that I really dislike to see. Copenhagen Wolves, unfortunately, they are coming up empty in these attempts. I mean, the bomb plant helps, absolutely. They'll have max loss bonus. They'll have the bomb plant to help them out a bit as well. We can see already an AK on Matheos. If he sells that, he could potentially buy an AWP, but I think they've got plenty enough on Quez or Tapeware to do so as well. So... tactical timeout utilized. I like the fact that Tapeware is thinking... about how to stop this momentum rather than try and just break the curse out of which they find themselves in currently. AKA, they just have to stop RushB once to not allow this to be a runaway train. We see the auto shotty on Quez. Sells it. Buys the AK. Okay. For some reason, must have been a mistake buy, because it would have been very weird to have an auto shotty on T side. But mid control, yeah. Mollycon, window, short smoke, classics, nothing out of the usual. Counter with the util on top mid. Yeah, this is pretty much to be expected. And at this point, RushB and the Wolves both know where exactly their opponents approach from. There's the nade into under. A little bit early for sure. And I think the Wolves very much knew about that. That's why he's waiting, tucked away in the corner here in Rats. Round 5. Slow and steady. They really want to be careful taking mid. Losing any players here would be devastating. Because it's very hard to crack from this position. Especially if the CTs are able to make their escape through, you know, these ghastly corners. Oh, there are 2 nades available. Don't tell me... Oh yeah, there we go. That nade is gonna hurt. Asanator down to 60. He's lucky he didn't lose more. And they're gonna split B. Yeah, the choice has been made. I'm not sure what Ruby's thinking though. They're not really controlling the area well enough. There's only one nade thrown towards Car. That's a problem. Wait, how is he not burning? Asanator finds two. How does Asanator find two? I don't know. But Bielani comes out on top. Double himself. It's gonna be down to Jaquinho to make sure Fusil is taken care of. 2 versus 2 now. It's easy with the AWP. He has been hitting his shots. Mild concussion because of the AG. Molly onto default. Doesn't burn. Doesn't give the sound cue. Easy is expecting that choke on the corner. That window spot is dangerous. You don't want to come jumping out. He is expecting exactly that, but Savalio just swings out wide. Finds Bielani. Now Jaquinho. Let's see the Batman. Let's see him work his magic. He needs to get himself the first kill. Does not even secure it, and that is going to be a 5-0 start. Ruby with a successful retake in a 2v2 scenario with an AWP on Savalia. Well, easy actually initially, but nonetheless, well played, well done. Ruby coming out on top, and like I said, they are warmed up. I think that's a scary opponent right here, because when you're warmed up, when you're ready to take this on at face value, you know, you are going to be, as the opponent, hitting some, let's say, blockages. I mean, Ruby's been playing for 3 hours right now. They are absolutely on point. Like, this is the best they'll be probably today. I believe yesterday they had like 3 or 4 matches scheduled, one of which they had to forfeit due to issues with the scheduling. But as I was saying, the trick is, when you play for a few hours and you've already played a serious best of 3, the second one comes off a lot more naturally, a lot easier, I think. And that's the beauty of it. Cage obviously know where that Molly flies to. Now he's going to be checking top middle. He spots the player behind boxes. They've got a lot of info. 1 under window, 1 top middle, which means 1 could be somewhere towards Palace or B house, maybe looking at an A split, maybe looking at a B split, depending what they do next. There's been no registration on A, so that means nobody's really picking up on the clues. Cage still somehow gets a kill. That's a nade that is thrown into window to break up the smoke. And now it allows Asanator to come on. How does this timing work? I don't know. But the Wolves are losing control. They're about to lose this round. If Easy gets another shot, yeah, it doesn't even need to be Easy. It's Cage. Jaquinho last man alive. He cannot even cross. Easy gets the second. Cage with 2. It's insane that Ruby has all the info. That's the trick of it. They knew there were 2 players in the middle. They knew that's what they're going to be dealing with. Now, even with, I believe, who was it? Jaquinho coming in behind through, no, not Jaquinho, excuse me, Quez. Yeah, Quez went through under. Additionally, alongside either Mateos or Tapeware, or Bielani even. Didn't matter. It did not matter. Ruby was ready. And, well, he'll be ready again. Let's see the Wolves. Pistols and Kevlar, that's what they have. It's counter Molly's thrown. Oh, damage on top B as well. Bielani just goes through the Molly. They spray. They pray. Fawcett rather prays, and he gets trouble. Maybe a third. No, the 9 by Jaquinho, sure. But the bomb plant is what's vital. The Wolves need money, and they need that ball. Okay, oh my god, I thought Quez just got a kill. Never mind. To Asanator. Damn. Well, Ruby, it's been nice, but it's time to showcase what you're made of. Switching out your coach, switching out a few players. Well, 1 player in particular, but still. Surely we're expecting more right now, right? When was the trade done? Like a month ago, wasn't it? It was Andu playing even Era for a while, but I don't know when Era left. I think probably before 2025 or just at the cusp of it. In any case, I'm looking into the deep end. Again, mid-control contested. They do have... See, oh, they were lucky to be alive. The fact that he can escape death there is magnificent for them. But back to A. And look at how advanced Savalio is. I mean, he could have been even deeper in, but doesn't want to risk his head because then you've got two corners to effectively be checking upper and lower. But here, he hears the smoke. The info has been gathered. The spot has been done. There's the smoke up. Trying to fire the corner. Okay, that's a bit of a bad whiff by Savalio. Easy Palace. Trying to take pot shots. And CT is going to be Hasanathor. Let's see how the CTs organize the defense. It's all line. Hasanathor, he's got the timing. He's got the first black. But he still gets two from Rop's position. It's easy. It's K to walk through the smoke. K just walks in through. Gets both. Oh, this is insane. Ruby is just drilling a new hole in the Wolves right now. There's not much they are able to do. They're being outplayed, outgunned, and outsmarted on every, or out-aimed rather even, on every turn. Another pause. I mean, it has to be a pause for the Wolves, and it is down 8 rounds. Not a great outlook to begin. They chose Mirage, by the way. I just want to mention. So the fact that they're coming up empty like this is not a good outlook. It's not a good, well, not an outlook, but rather it's not a good, yeah, I guess an outlook for the future, rather. Like, they're coming up empty on these strategies. They're trying out a few basic ones. Yeah, they're kind of splitting up, you know, looking at A lot. A few B attempts here and there. But generally speaking, they're just, you know, when they go into an engagement, they just lose it straight up. There's no second chances. There's no hero moves. Nobody's really playing the hero. CT, the timing could not have been better. Saves his teammate, gets another, pulls out the 5-7, goes in close. My god, now gets Quest the off, which is a problem. I think this will be a costly endeavor, and it will be. Quest finds one. 3 to go, an ace clutch, that's what he needs, and Savalio's playing it smart. He's not going to let himself be caught out guard, and he's still going to be checked, which is nice for Quest. He's got the C4. Savalio's dead. There we go. But the cross here is going to be deathly. And indeed, Quest, once he switches out the weapon, it cannot go anywhere but Hasanathor's way. By the way, Hasanathor's doing a really good job. He's on 12 kills right now. He's really enjoying himself. I was a bit worried for Quest as well, because he was at 0-4 or 0-5 at one point, and a few of the players were in fact at 0, but kind of stepped it up a little bit. Tapeware and Matheos having some troubles still. On the other side, Hasanathor 12, Fossil 10, you know, the rest 7 or 9. It's looking really good. It's legitimately looking really good. Here goes nothing, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 10, and it's going to open up with a bit of a bungalow on middle. They're going to try and build up a little bit of a tower, trying to get a free kill if they can. Oh, the nade on Bielani is sick. Almost 50% lost there. Well, more exactly 36, but who's counting? Oh, he's timing. The easiest timing in Con is just it's abusing everything you can abuse here, like it's crazy how he gets away with it. And finally, Bielani catches onto Hasanathor. He's trying to push lower, gets caught. And that's going to allow the Wolves to have a bit more space. Every single round so far for the Wolves has been more or less a straight execution to a site. A split, a direct hit, a B split, you know, whatever it was. And for the most part, they were just losing players. By the time they got their entries, it was already too late. So, yeah, let's hope to see some changes and soon. They need something here. A 9-3 half, I can't even begin to... I don't even know where to begin with the bit of an embarrassment that it is, but... Honestly, it's 9-3 is 10 times better than... Well, 3 times better, I guess, is 0, or infinitely better than 0, because, you know, multiply by 0. Neither... Oh no, they're going to be jumping through expecting me to kill me. Instead, hello from Forest, it's Fotzel. Come on, but look at the cross. Cade is watching the short cross. This is beautiful team. They're really lining themselves up perfectly. Cade is watching the cross to short, so Easy can have that corner covered without having the threat of a lurk hit him, or not a lurk, but rather a flank. I am in awe. 10-0. The Wolves are done. They're cooked. The only thing left for them is be made of pelts, or be, you know, make pelts out of them. I don't know. RushB right now is having the best of time. Just enjoying themselves, and somehow that USB... The first shot was definitely a miss. The second one looked like it should have been a hit. Oh, what? How did Matthews get a kill? What is happening right now? Savalia wins the duel into Palace. It's still going to be a 2 versus 4, actually. What the hell? First round for the Wolves, I guess. What just happened? How did Matthews get his second kill in the game with literally just spamming the shot? Oh, Savalia's quick. Just spam that smoke shot into window, and wow, he got the first. Wow, okay. I don't know if we've got replays for that, but I'd love to see it from his perspective. That would have been something. No, I mean, they're not gonna... Oh, he saw the shot as well. Oh my goodness. They could still win this round if Savalia hadn't been, let's say, hidden in the corner for all this time. They could have already won this round. Like, they could have legitimately won this round. Look at how much time was left for the Wolves to still play that clock, and they leave Tapeware alone. Now that is indicative of a team that is falling apart at the seams. Like, they're legitimately falling apart. Oh my goodness! Oh no! The bomb does damage to Tapeware, and he dies because he's midair. Oh my god! Somebody needs to slap me awake right now. What are we watching? You win the round and you lose all 5? Like, that's the word. Like, luckily it's the last round, so money is not really going to be a matter of concern anymore. But still, that's the insanest. Like, what? I don't know where to begin. That's all I'll say. I've got no words anymore. This is not a game that I expected to go this way. I really thought we were going to see a better match. Honestly, right now, the Wolves are disappointing us on all accords. Besides the fun factor, but it's RushB that is owning them still. They are just destroying them left and right. And yeah, he gets the spot. No chance to win. He goes for the... He actually wins it. Okay, he goes for the refrag, or the re-engagement. Savalia meanwhile gets caught in window. Matthews from Palace is on time, but you re-peek the same corner. Obviously, Easy from window is going to peek you. He's got the all. Oh, he gets the spot. Tapeware seen. Hasanator doesn't... What? Oh. Oh, this is going to be a problem, isn't it? There's no way they expect Hasanator to be on this court. Oh, this... Oh, no! The offense! Oh, my God! No! What? What are we watching? Oh, my goodness. Counter-terrorists. This is like not even a difference anymore. This is like different levels. This is like a level 1 Mafia boss versus a level 100 Mafia boss. Like, what is this right now? $11-1. And it honestly should have been 12-0. Like, it should have been a 12-0 halftime. If it wasn't for... let's say a little bit of a headstrong play by RushB, it probably would have been a 12-0 and maybe even a 13-0. Hell, I'm still in awe by how that happens. But ladies and gents, first half is done. We're going to be going into the second half momentarily. I believe we do have a few seconds break in between, but regardless, this is... I am genuinely in shock. Like, I'm still trying to wrap my head around these rounds because that just didn't make sense. Like, you know, what am I supposed to do? Oh my god, this is insane. Gentlemen, this is insane. Whew. Okay, so another tactical, this time coming out from RushB before the pistol. I like it. You know, talk it through before you start the pistol so everybody knows what they need to do. I think that makes sense. Okay. I believe we are ready to jump into action. Ladies and gentlemen, round 13. Pistol is live. Let's see how it's gonna go. It all begins. First man in, Cade. Ow! Jaquinho, that was sick. I love it. I love it. Okay, this is looking a lot better than what I thought it might be. Jaquinho finds a third. Now, I'm not sure the T's can do much about it, but they're going to definitely try. We know that much. You can already see they're going to be trying here as Tapeware finds another. Now down to Fossil. 1v3 action. Pulls out the ball. Pulls out the actual... Like, the man actually goes for the burst. Now, he's up against two here. One of which has the dualies as well as the USP that's been already hitting some hella shots. So this is where things become a little bit more iffy. 50 seconds means one thing and one thing only. He could have easily ran all the way back to B. He could have gone all the way around to the other side already, but he's still walking out A. He's got 20 bullets in his Glock, and 2 of which have the names of his opponents on them. Unfortunately, none were there to be shot out. As Copenhagen Wolves will find a pistol. They avoid certain defeat on map 1, yet have not avoided certain disaster just yet. 9 rounds in a row is what's required, and not just that, I would dare say go above and beyond, pick up 11 in a row, just close out this series. That's it. Oh, excuse me, map. You gotta win 11 rounds in a row, make sure RushB don't get to 12, make sure they don't pull into overtime, and that's how you maybe win this map. It's as simple as such. As we've got a bit of a French pause from RushB, a slow start, you know, just kind of hiding in corners, just having a few pistols, just kind of taking their time to talk this one through. I like it. I don't think, I think not too many teams use it enough. So, I don't mind it, honestly. I really, really do not. Tapeware. Yeah, they're gonna keep this up. Third, given it's a full eco. I mean, Husky did a really good job. My man's at 16 kills. Same for Easy at 14. Even Fossil, I mean, he got a few kills on that pistol, but he's on 13, guys. That's pretty damn slick, if I might say so myself. Round 15. And we begin. The round is going to be probably amongst the more difficult ones when it comes down to it. Is the round that you know you're going to be on high level, high tension. You're going to be worried about every single thing. And that's a great start, by the way. Even if you lose HP on Tapeware, you still got the kicker. And you find Fossil as well, so you get the runner-up. This is really, really, really good. All of a sudden, Copenhagen Wolves, whilst they might have looked a little bit weak and depleted, look a lot scarier, look a lot more convincing here. The question remains, though. What are RushB's three remaining players going to do? They've got the two that have been clutching the hardest. They've got the two that have been pulling out some crazy shots. It's Hasanator that is going to be joining the two in pit. And 45 seconds and a full XK. Yeah, they've got two smokes. They've got a flash. They got a molly. Might as well, right? Smoke jungle. Smoke stairs. And that should be good. Sandwich. Jungle smoked, gonna force the player to peek out if he really wants to risk it. That is good. The engagement, Tapeware and Mafia though. As they run through the smoke, they're able to overwhelm. Quez also wins the first engagement, which means that the two players in pit don't have a way forward, and the CTs are then not focused one by one, but rather go down one by one. 11-4. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to see this go all the way. Like I said, 11 rounds in a row. 9 more to go. The only way I see them win this map is if they find 11 or aka now 9 in a row. If somehow RushB's able to get up to 12, I don't see the Wolves holding on to Mirage any longer. Okay. Just trying their luck here, but obviously just don't want to lose the player. Don't hate the player, hate the game. And indeed, that's what we do. It's round 17. We continue, and honestly, right now, it still feels like this is just the waiting lobby for map 2. Like, eventually, something's gonna break, right? RushB's been owning them as hard as they were. Surely they can own them a little bit more and close it out. Or is this the actual, you know, preparation for the full comeback for the Wolves? Maybe the kick in the ass is what they need to get their gears going, to get their engines hot and running. Because that's definitely what they got. They got a kick in the ass, and they were about to be burnt. But luckily, they stopped it in the right, at the right time. Good nades, really good nades. That secondary on Fossil brings him to 10. He is a fart away from dying. See RushB splitting up again. They're going to be trying to check out their corners, trying to check out their map control if it still stands, or have they already lost T-base as well, because they recognize the dangers of the T-push, or, well, pit push through A. And we can see they're vying for that A split. They want to see themselves go towards A side. Smoke into window perfect. Hasanator returns fire though. It's Tapeware to be lost. Fossil is still alive at 12, which means right now, with Cade out of the picture, things are looking better, but nobody checks short? What? They just boost short, nobody checks short. I mean window. And nobody's looking. I am a little bit shocked, not gonna lie. Hasanator just makes steps and Con, no idea what he wanted to do. Easy's kind of running up and down, doesn't do anything with his play. And that is round done. That is 6-11. Ladies and gentlemen, full comeback perhaps truly in effect coming up next.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well, round 18. And tactical timeout from RushB, second one. I think they've realized they've hit a bit of a snag themselves. T-side seems to be going a lot worse than they thought it would be. And for good measure, now they have to deal with a ever fast approaching enemy that is not only doing really well individually now, but also, economically speaking, it's going to be very hard to break the Wolves. Even if you're able to get 12, they're going to be pretty much geared up for every single round you'll take them on now. So RushB drying up their reserves. Meanwhile, the Wolves are just getting fatter and fatter and hoping that they get luckier and luckier. Seven more rounds, and this game will go to, or this map will go to Wolves. 7 rounds times 2, that's 14 minutes. If you add the freeze time, which is about a minute each, so end and start of them, well, less actually. It's like freeze time's what, 25 seconds? I don't know, 15 seconds, depends how you set it. But let's say 30 seconds for the start. No, actually, it's 5 seconds at the end, and it's like 25, so 30 seconds for each round. In any case. $60 seconds left in the round itself. Tapeware should get a free kill. Shadow spot Cade. Does not even check the corner properly here. He's having a really tough time, by the way. Cade is usually the one you're looking at for those impact frags for the performance, but in fact, he's the one that's not delivering here. And in Palace, Tapeware, he's got excellent information. 4 players rotate off of B. This is what they're vying for. This is what they want to do. They wanted to play retake of A, and now they're going to play retake of A through CT. 4 players coming in hot and ready. And there's a lot of utility they can throw. They've got 2 smokes, they've got 2 mollies, 3 smokes in fact, with 1 more picked up. 4 smokes in fact. God damn. Okay, they've really got it all. And yeah, look at the amount of smokes. My lord. There is no chance to... Yeah. There's literally no chance. As that is going to be 7-11.
Counter-terrorists win.
Well thought out. I mean, like I said, Tapeware played the connecting agent in Palace. He's the one that gave the info. He's like, okay, boys, I'm in Palace. I'm playing alone. If they check me, well, you know, it's GG. If they don't check me, we've got the round. And that's exactly what happens. They don't check him. They don't look at his position. He's calling the rotations over. They're trying to prevent them from taking murder hold. They do. And then they just swing out of CT like nobody's business because they know they have Palace control. They know they have one of the deadlier corners in check. And meanwhile, RushB's decided to change it up a bit. Instead of 1-by-1ing this, they're going to 5-man it. Finally, they come to their senses. Finally, we see a structured push here that comes from all 5 together, playing on the strengths rather than the weaknesses of each one. I mean, at this point, Tapeware, if he peeks into window, he might be in trouble. He does have a nade, does not throw it in the corner, usually bounce it off the wall into the corner. But they got the trade on, well, not the trade, but the opening on Fossil, and RushB, I mean, they're dangling from the top here. Oh, Tapeware, almost in trouble. It's enough for Jaquinho and Quest to quench their thirst, and that's it. That is number 8, pretty much confirmed. There's a chance he wins this. He gets another kill, which, you know, granted, nice, but like I said, the crossfires are just too many and too strong. We have a full comeback, folks, on our hands. I can't believe what I'm watching, but this is one of the more disastrous games of CS that I've had in a while. And why I say that is because we had a 10-round win streak for RushB, and then 1 round lost, and then winning the last round of the half with a 11-1 halftime. Now, so far, we are currently, I believe, if I'm counting correctly, 7 rounds in a row here on the Wolves side. Going into the 9th, potentially, because, I mean, RushB just looks like they have no idea what they're supposed to do on T-side. I'm not even gonna kid about this. Very similar to what we saw from the Wolves. Perhaps Wolves look a bit better because they just at least had decent set executes they played with. They didn't really try to just play map control and play something crazy. They just kind of played their standard executions and hoped it worked. And here, RushB is just playing default mid, losing players, finally able to grab one in return. But they're getting nowhere with that. Okay. With Mathios and Quez out, they're gonna walk out. Yeah, I was about to say, they walk out Con. And oh my, yeah. See, welcome to Counter-Strike. One mistake like this can bring it all down. Hasanator, has he been seen? Has he been checked? Because Hasanator is key, and he will be the key here to win the round. 12 on the board. Well, I did say I don't believe in them making the comeback if they get RushB on 12. But this close, the fact that they're able to play, what, 8 rounds in a row, 7 rounds in a row? I don't know. I could maybe see this go to overtime. I definitely could. It's not out of the realm of the possible here in my eyes. It all depends on who starts what. Yeah, that's a good start. Where not only does he know there's another player in B apps, but now he's made a big hole in the defense control of RushB, which means they're going to have to double check lower, which means they'll waste more time, which means the round could very much end up going for the Wolves if they play their cards right. Round 21. Fight. I wish it worked like that. Mathios is doing a lot better, given that he had, what, 1 kill, 2 kills on the first half. I think this is the Mathios that we came out to see. 14 kills currently to his name. He's definitely stepped up massively CT side. And it seems like the Wolves are still true to their nature, that they're far better CT than T. And I didn't expect the RushB to have this much trouble, although as they say, oh boy, they're cleaning them up one by one, aren't they? Oh, Mathios gives himself up as well. He loses Aquino, and it's down to Mathios, the Croatian potential new prodigy from the scene. Let's see. Against 3, it's going to be Hasanator, Sovalio, and Kaid. And Sovalio's low, so, oh, excuse me, not Sovalio, Hasanator's low. Oh no, he went behind the wooden board. Never mind, there it is. That's map 1. Took about 20 minutes longer than it technically should have, given how well they started half 1. But I don't think anybody minds winning, regardless of what the final score is. In any case, 13-8, RushB take the map as they prepare themselves for Nuke, their own map choice up next. The series continues in about 15 minutes, ladies and gents. Short break, and we shall come back with a match between Copenhagen Wolves and, of course, RushB. I believe. And we're back, everybody. We return into the CCT series here, Season 3 with you over CR, and we are in our first series of the day, if we discount the fact that the first actual series was forfeited. But we're getting ready to see our second map here. It's going to be Nuke. It's going to be RushB versus Copenhagen Wolves. That's the team that we've just seen make a comeback of 7 rounds in a row from an 11-1 scoreline into, at the end, 8-11. Unfortunately, that's where the rainbow ended. That's where the fairy tale ended. They never were able to claw their way out of Mirage with a win. Instead, they go on to Nuke next, the choice of RushB, and we're looking at potentially a 2-0. If RushB pick it up the way they did on Mirage, I have bad news for the Wolves. They're not going to be looking slick. They're not going to be looking good. They're going to be looking quite famished, in fact, as honestly, I'm just hoping that this next map is going to be a lot better for them individually overall. Perhaps they just needed a half-time to warm up. Perhaps it was just, you know, a moment or two. But with that being said, the game is live. Let's jump straight into it and see where it leads us to as we go to Nuke. Ladies and gentlemen, it is map number 1 that ended up going 13-8 on Mirage for RushB. On map 2, though, let's see if the Wolves got any grit in them, any strength, any energy left, because that's what they're going to need. Go big or go home is the motto, and right now that motto seems to be still present. Dioli's on Quez, who had a bit of a tough time to start on map 1, but woke up in due time. Same for Mateos. We'll see. Finds Stakeware. They spawn another player towards Squeaky. They know there's one player in main. They check the line. Oh my, it's all falling apart quickly. Pistol in the hands of RushB. So, full eco up next for the CTs. Should be no doubt. Or rather, should I say, should not be a problem here. Round 2. Obviously an eco. Not much that we can expect. Do we have any fans of RushB in chat? Do we have any fans of the Copenhagen Wolves in chat? I'd love to see that. I'd love to see you guys chat up a little bit. You've been awfully quiet. Usually chat is a bit more lively, especially when we have CIS teams playing. Or specific Europeans one. Kate only good for 1. 2 still at the end. 3 kills, not bad on his Nico. Not bad at all. They're able to take away 3 Kevlars, 2 rifles. So, you know, it's much better than nothing. Right here, Cade, yeah, got sniped. Couldn't finish the job on the 3rd player. But regardless, it is going to be a 3rd round. It's the first real round here for the Wolves. Let's hope they don't mess it up. T-side Nuke, hard to play, but not impossible. CT side, a little bit more straightforward these days. Less control to be had towards the outside, more so towards inside A. And then exerting that through your ramp or secret. Oh god, Tapeware, how do you get yourself caught out there? Mac 10 on the side of Cade as well. He's already lurking down B. He's looking for a free kill. It could be Bielani that's waiting for him, if I'm reading that correctly. It is Bielani. Oh my goodness, he just got headshotted. He's escaping. He's trying to run away. He's trying to stay alive. I don't think he is. That Mac 10 is on the hunt. Oh, he saw the shadow. He saw the shadow. Quez finds Fossil. It's a 4v3 with the refrag on Mateos. Trouble in paradise is what's it at, as they're going to run down ramp. And there's one player on ramp, or excuse me, on B. That's going to be Bielani. That's headshotted already. So, yeah, do they check the corner of control room? Absolutely they should. They do need to check it. The Molotov will burn Bielani regardless. They don't even need to check it at the end without Well, with the molly, they do find the kill, and with that, the round 3-0 as RushB starts again. Man, they're really good at focusing their power into the early start of the map.
Terrorists win.
Here we go, ladies and gents. Round 4. Rebuy available to Wolves. They have rifles. They have an MP9. Let's see how they manage it. First contact so far coming up empty. Nobody's really taking a straight shot. Oh, poor Fozil. Jaquinho finds Cade. And that should be pretty straightforward here. Once the T's lose the first entry, it's nearly an impossibility to get back on track. I love the idea of with Bialani in ventilator shafts here. The way he plays that with the MP9 could be very sneaky if they would have had somebody incursing through or kind of doing an incursion through Squeaky. But in fact, they're walking down secret. Rotations are happening. Mattheos is the one relocating his efforts to hold B. There should be Bialani close in the in the vents as well, eventually. Jumping down if needed from up. Counter smoke into Squeak. 40 seconds, time is of the essence. The read has to be on point here, and RushB has to make a decision, and soon. They will be going B. It's 100% certain at this point. Molly into shafts. Mattheos is on ramp. Yes, Savalia is to be the one controlling secret. This is an important position for Savalia. If he stays alive long enough, he might be able to get some rotations off. If not, he's going to be playing the backup on the lurk. Oh, that nade hit gold. Oof, just a little bit too soon to be thrown. 4v5 after plant on B. Molly available to be thrown, and it will be chucked into the corner. Oh, that flash breaks their stride. They save. They realize that they have to save. Savalia, like I said, is to be able to embed himself into a great spot. There's nothing else he can support after the round is done, and unfortunately he's only good for 1, which is a little bit unlucky. Usually you'd expect him to get at least 2 in a position like that.
Terrorists win.
At the end of the day, RushB continue. They win another round. They continue the pressure as it is slowly amounting to 4 in a row here. Rebuy for the Wolves. We'll see what they muster up. And how they handle it. But still gets the kill. Quino, very aggressive. Again on full zone, same entry as before. Playing outside control is a dangerous endeavor for the CTs. You have to exercise a lot of utility in order to be able to get control at all. And yet at the end, it's never a guarantee that you're going to get that entry. Though Quez with the secondary should be plenty enough now in the hands of the Wolves. Jaquinho's going in through secret. He's going to be trying to connecting with player with main, or in garage, excuse me. This is a pretty straightforward W that it looks like it's going to be ending in the way of the Wolves. Yep, there's Hasanator, and with that, I think we've come to the conclusion, surely. Surely I say that. and not falter again. 5 players alive. Surely you don't screw that up. Right. Surely is surely. Excuse me. I guess we'll see. And we will see a save, and with that, as sure as surely, a round for the Wolves.
Counter-terrorists win.
Round 6. Surely they'll play slower. Oh my goodness. Quest actually runs into hut, finds Somalia. There was nobody else in lobby. What is going on right now? What am I watching? Why is there nobody else in lobby? Why? Ooh, double miss. Easy. Gotta chill it out, brother. You needed that double, or you needed that kill at least. And they are about to lose lobby. At this point, fighting for it is pointless. You will just be losing more players because you're going into a heavy crossfire. Although, Easy is quick enough to find one at least, snag away a free kill. Violani escapes. And surely they do expect another player towards... No, they don't. They do not expect another player towards ramp. All the timing here. Hasanator, he just has to stay alive. If Hasanator stays alive, Kaid might have just won the round. It all depends on the timing now. He needs to walk up to heaven. With Tapeware... Ah, okay, they're watching heaven. Never mind. Tapeware doesn't make the mistake there. Doesn't let it go. Kaid is going to walk ramp. Interesting choice. Not sure if I can fully agree with this decision here. I don't know how Hasanator is going to go down B, by the way. Like, how does he intend to go down B? Through vents? That seems highly unlikely. I really genuinely don't understand why Kaid has gone towards ramp. I guess he runs B through ramp. I guess that's why he's... Regardless.
Counter-terrorists win.
Round is done. Very awkward round. Very poor planning by Ruby. And well done by the Wolves. Stateware, especially the fact that he stops the bomb plant. Perfect. And with that, it is going to be round 7. Kicking off an eco round here for none other than the Wolves. Excuse me, the Ruby Wolves, I apologize. Round 7. Chiquinho finds Fozil. He's been having some great entries lately. Fozil has been dying always first, usually. Rarely have we not seen him die first. On ramp, it's Mateos out in the open. No off angles, no real way to survive longer. And they are already going down B. So it's going to come down to select few individuals again to pray to stop Ruby's aggression here. I mean, Jaquinho's in vents. He's basically looking for a pump and dump, aka get a kill, get out. Although, hold on, nobody watching ramp. What? Okay, Jaquinho's made it all the way through. Short now. Finds Hasanator. Yeah, this is round over. Wow. They actually retake this with such grace. It's crazy. I don't understand how RushB is this oblivious to certain conditions and why they are refusing to take control of them. It makes very little sense in my eyes, but that's how it works. Round 3. The Wolves continue.
Counter-terrorists win.
Beautiful shot by Easy, by the way. That scout. You don't get to see it a lot. You don't expect it to do so well. Tactical pause for RushB. Take a moment to relax. Take a moment to rethink this. All about for Easy. Bit of a slower start for some of the Wolves players again. Matheus and Tapeware again at 1 kill. You'd expect a few more kills perhaps in certain moments. But round 8, and see if the tally comes in. Holding onto their lead barely. As Copenhagen Wolves are chasing them hard. Wolves on the hunt for the win itself. Let's see if they get it. Slow start once more. No kills with the ops so far. Jaquinho's posted outside, I believe. Good timing on the smoke. Very good timing, in fact. You're looking to deploy the smokes that you have between a minute and 40 seconds, give or take. You know, after a minute passes, or when the final minute of the round starts to clock down, that's when you want to use that smoke. Matheus finds 2. It's a perfect hold as well through ramp. He delays them further, 20 seconds and some change, and RushB is about to change into a booby if they continue to do so, as they have so far. Although good entry, though I'm not sure it's going to suffice. Yeah, Tapeware finds 2. It's not going to suffice, and it's going to be 4-4.
Counter-terrorists win.
Very simple, very easy. Clear as day, as they say. 'Tis done. Four to 4 with an eco. RushB in trouble. Nuke has become more and more balanced within the last few years and since the major remake of it. So, honestly, you're expected to have a very balanced half time regardless. So you have to have a good, you know, both sides you're expecting to get between 5 and 6 rounds minimum. Well, depending where you start, obviously. But again, what I'm saying is you'd expect this to go as close as it can. And it is, so far, for the Wolves. They are tying it up. The thing is, I have a sneaky suspicion that the Wolves will be running away with the result here. Why I'm mentioning halftime and halftime results is because I feel like we're going to be seeing an 8-4 halftime for the Wolves. It's already 5-4, or about to be confirmed at 5-4 once this round ends. It's a question of whether or not we go into 8-4 or maybe 7-5. 7-5, doable for RushB. 8-4, not so much. Although CT-sided, I don't know. I mean, the game is pretty balanced. The map is pretty balanced overall. I believe the odds have stacked up against the CTs lately a little bit. Like that it's like 49-51 CT, which is kind of crazy, but... An attempt has been made through main. Doesn't work. Goes down as expected, poorly. And 5-4, here comes the full buy. And this is where things either turn a different way and go better for RushB, or we see the end of this first half going truly 8-4. Let's find out. All power again for Chiquinho. He's with 10 kills already. He's done really good. He's been very consistent. He's mostly been playing outside though, so easy to read for his opponents. If they were to be a bit more cognizant of that, they would probably either avoid outside if they don't have an op, or play a very different scenario. And the scenario I'm talking about is deploying those smokes a bit differently than you usually would. More towards blue, more towards main. And yeah, it is actually a little bit further out towards blue here. And oh my god, still Chiquinho doesn't care. Well, well, well. Yeah, it's about to be 6-4. I mean, might as well call me a prophet, folks, because I called it. I said that this is likely to be an 8-4 halftime. RushB's looking lost. What we saw in Mirage. Very little control over their T side approaching. Like how they actually play into these rounds to begin. I could be doing them injustice right now. Let's find out first how this attempt at a plant goes.
Counter-terrorists win.
Damn. I really thought with RushB choosing to play Nuke again, that we're going to see something extra out of them, that there's going to be a good plan out of them, that they're going to be playing well and thought out gameplay. You know, better than against Arthrum, but it seems like I could not have been further from the truth. They chose Nuke again and they just failed again. I mean, they haven't failed yet. I shouldn't say it as if they've already failed, but like this is a performance that is not equivalent to what you'd expect out of them on their own map pick. Last two rounds, is it 6-6? Is it 8-4? Is it 7-5? Either of those results, or whichever result will it be, it matters little in the end. The CTs are going to be happy with the fact they already got 6. I mean, Ts are not doing poorly with 4, don't get me wrong. It's not like it's the worst and like the worst thing in the world, but certainly you'd expect a better show. In any case, here we go. Round 11. Bush, he's timing though. Look at all this. He's moving. Oh, what? Oh, no way. Tapeware only good for 1. This is insanity. This is actually insanity. Just as we thought that RushB might be out for the count, and voila, they come out knocking again. Matheos and Chiquinho, they might try this. Why not? They've got the money anyway. So might as well try, but obviously with Matheos dying, Chiquinho has very little time to act. He needs to urge. He needs to play on his urge to win and quickly at that, but it doesn't work. As he gets killed through the smoke, it is lights out. It is round done. It is 6-5, ladies and gents. We ain't done yet, apparently. When you least expect it, that's when you're going to be surprised, and that's what we are. RushB win a round where they have pistols and Kevlar. Half buy at best. Even then, nothing serious. Now, they haven't broken the CT, so it doesn't really matter, but they will take their third and final timeout. Wow. What in the world are we gonna see now? Damage to get into position. That was the plan. He's hoping to get a free kill out of it. Sovalio's died a few times already early. Same for Fozil. Cade is looking on the outside. Nobody's searching. Jaquinho is aggressive. Oh, this is going to be a problem. Mateos, if he gets caught, it's a problem. Jaquinho gets caught for sure. Sovalio expects it, and Mateos now has to play this safe. Mateos. Got to pull back to safety of Squeak and Short. And potentially embed himself into hallways. No, he goes further with the smoke covering his approach. He closes the gap. He's going to go behind Silo. That's a crazy pull, actually. It's crazy enough to potentially work, because you're going to be able to jiggle one corner from the other, and you might be able to take those fights, you know, for yourself with a positive ratio. The problem is you need support, and that shouldn't happen. Tapeware. Now, they know A should be relatively clean, but they are not sure. They know Tapeware is in control room. Quez is hunting from lobby. Tapeware finds Kide. And they're still looking to go towards B site. Quez through vents.
Bomb has been planted.
Nate. Very good take it back. 2v3. Let's see if the Wolves make it 7. Oh boy. Round done. No longer Tapeware. Goddamn. 1v1 against Easy, 33 HP. I might have spoken too soon, but regardless, it almost works out there. It almost worked out, as still in the end, though, RushB do win. So it doesn't really matter, I guess we have to say. But hey, nice attempt. Nice attempt. As 6-6, man. RushB really kind of punching upwards here a little bit, but I guess, again, as I said, the fact that they chose to play on Nuke, where he should be expecting RushB to do far better than what we'd seen so far. T-side 6 rounds, great. That works wonders. Like I said, the map is balanced. Maybe not so much in our eyes, but in the eyes of the developer, you know, when the game goes 6-6, when it's a balanced outcome on the halftime, they are happy with that, which, again, doesn't necessarily translate to a happy populace, but hey, that's the developer for you. They never cared. In any case, to not get in over our heads, let's see what this second half brings. The pistol, kind of important, and do remember, the pistol was one of the reasons why we saw such a great comeback for Copenhagen Wolves on Mirage. It was Jaquinho, I believe, with like a 4K on the USP. Or was it Mateos with a double and Jaquinho with one? But regardless, some very, very good moves were happening at one point in time on that first pistol on, or second pistol on Mirage. So I'm expecting that to be the deal once more. It might not be Mirage. It certainly is hell. Is. Here we go. Into action. Into A. Mateos finds the entry. And they've got the bomb plant. Simple as that. The gamble here didn't work out. The CTs went through ramp, hoping that they will catch a fast ramp play, but unfortunately they just lost A, and with that, Well, I don't want to be a bummer, but unless there's going to be some magical shots coming out from the CTs, this round ain't going anywhere. Good counters. They're trying. They're getting 3. They do have a kit to hide. I hope he's the one on the bomb. Easy finds another. This is insane. They're going to check main. They will. Oh my god, Easy. How? How again? This is like, it's a repeat of Mirage almost. We have one of the craziest rounds again. And the after plan, it's not like it was a poor one. The plan was solid. The idea wasn't bad. The execution maybe not so much, but one by one they get caught, and in the end, it's what costs them the round. My god, the fact that they can make it work is insane. Like, I am genuinely shocked to see this work. 7-6 as RushB takes the lead for the first time in this map. Actually, no, it's the second time because they were... No, it is the first time. Yeah, it is the first time. Yeah. Never mind. With the bomb plant, obviously we're going to be seeing some force buys, some action. Finds Fossil. The T's are about to win the round. It's as simple as that. Force buy succeeds. Yeah, welcome to Nuke. The least balanced, but supposedly most balanced? I don't know. Both saving in T-base. Hasanatra and Easy. Rifles in hands. They won't be able to drop much. You should be able to jump on that tower from the yellow goalpost. Or, I guess, guard post, but... Good entry. Fossil finds the first, but then it's pistols and just a mayhem and chaos on B. Like, again, RushB, like I said, they seem to have kind of lost their grip a little bit how to play. Like, they're making some very basic mistakes, some very clear mistakes that shouldn't be happening in the first place. And we can see a rebuy for RushB, a full reinvestment in P9, 2 saved rifles, and 2 extra pistols, 5.7 to be exact. Decent damage. Stapler takes a bullet. Spots the player on silo as well. That nade is perfect. It's perfect, almost. Down to 50. Spots the player. But why would you crouch peek that? You know he saw you and he crouch peeks into it. I don't get it. I really don't. That was a very, very foolish endeavor. And now they've lost outside. They are about to lose heaven and hell. Unless Fossil goes massive with the 5-7. This round will be going 8-7. And Copenhagen Wolves will be taking control. Bielani finds Kai. Gets caught by Hasanator. Doesn't necessarily mean anything just yet. They could still swing right back into A. Oh, the spot is good. Sovalio gets the info. That's a lot of info for the CTs, by the way. Far more than you'd ever be able to get in a scenario like this. They're going to smoke them off, force them into a return, and they go B. They have to go B, and oh, this is such a crucial duel. Fossil completely missed it out. They don't go B. What? Why don't you? No, they, like, he doesn't have time to plant. Okay, never mind. Didn't have time to plant. They should have just kept themselves alive. Like, if you play the timer, you're definitely winning. If you play the shots or the duels, you could very well lose still. But luckily, they course correct and 8-7 instead on RushB. I'm still shocked how Easy played that corner. And then we have this trade here by Fossil gets caught by Matheos. And a tactical timeout utilized by the Wolves, their second one. Like I said, a few disastrous moments here and there, for sure. I would expect more from RushB themselves, given how they played for Mirage. Forced by the Wolves. I'm sure I can fully concur with that, especially with the op and the AK they have, but I get it. I might as well understand it myself here. It's not optimal. You have to make a decision, and Tapeware made one. Active decision to try and play this best they can in their favor. Use that op, use that AK. Not sure why Quez is wielding it, although he's not been doing too poorly, to be fair. Still, I'd expect perhaps either Tapeware or maybe even Matheos to have that AK. They've been doing relatively well lately. Quez barely stays alive. That nade will not finish the job. It's a little bit too late. As unfortunately Bielani gets caught. Quez is headshotted. AK on 5. Trouble in T-Town. aka Trouble in Terrorist Town. Great mod for Counter-Strike at one point. Also a Half-Life mod. Gary's mod, I believe, actually. Not a Half... Yeah, it could have been a Half-Life mod, but it's definitely Gary's mod. A mod in Gary's mod. In any case, 35 seconds towards B they go. Chaos, beautiful accuracy. So little it matters when Hassanator and Fossil get their own. And that pretty much breaks the stride again. 24 seconds. You don't have time to waste. You have to go B. It's as simple as that. You have to drop to B. I mean, they could have already been on site by now, but instead they're still staying on ramp, and it looks like they're going to be staying here until the end of the round. Which is a bit unfortunate, but they'll save the AK up. I don't mind it.
Counter-terrorists win.
And neither do they. It's not ideal, obviously. Economically speaking, they're forced onto an eco here. But this corner by Fossil was so deadly. It stopped them there in their tracks. Obviously, we see Fossil die to the op. Jaquinho then doesn't want to continue as Quez is low HP. And yeah, 9-7. Approaching a very dastardly result. Let's see if the Wolves have it in them to bring it back. And oh my god, they force again. Not gonna lie, they're relying upon the AK and the op. I'm not saying it's the worst decision in the life of this team, but it's definitely not a great decision. Because this is the second time you're gonna be trying with a very weak buy in general. Instead of having a proper buy by round 10, you're risking it all for potentially bringing it home a round earlier. Keep in mind, you fail here, and this is 11-7, almost guaranteed, and then you've got a broke bank, you've got a broke back, and you might have a broken map. I don't know if Jaquinho... Yeah, Jaquinho definitely didn't spot Kai. They know he was there, and yeah, Kai somehow was lost in his own head there. Doesn't know where to go, doesn't know what to do. Fossil, again, a little bit useless on the outside, gets caught him in the swing of things. Not sure where he was trying to encroach upon, but peeks out too wide, or too much at least, and gets killed in return. So Valio and Easy on A, and they're going to go through main. It's as clear as day. They want to hit this A site. It all depends on the first contact again. Matheos has been doing pretty well with it. Yeah, he's going to get it. Hassanator with a double though. Bielani and Matheos both fall. Hassanator with a triple there. No way. No way. No way, Jose. It's an eco A. Needs to be an eco. Right here, Cade, like, he knows there was one on main. I thought he might take the full engagement into Garage. Instead, he pulls back to the right side on the outside of Garage, takes a fight against main itself, or group of main, and then still doesn't actually anticipate it. But in any case, pistols in Kevlar and hope. That's what this round is made of. Not even Kevlar, just pistols, actually. It's going to be pistols galore. So let's see if somebody hits some heavy shots. There's the spray down. Another player on the red. Quest trying to tie the corners together. He does. Hold up. Tell me this is how it happens. Quest, no, he doesn't get the shot off on Fortzil. They will lose easy. Holy hell, that's a lot of damage. That's 3 kills on a full eco. That's very good. Like, that is very, 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 very good for the T side. And the Copenhagen Wolves are ready to move on to a potential W now. They've got a full buy. No op. I don't think they want to rely on the op. I think they want to be a lot faster this time. Oh, Mario's pushing. Oh, come on. The Wolves are just not paying attention as Hasanator just... This is... Oh, okay. Hasanator, that's... Two against Quez. Quez almost minus 2. And... That's GG. Everybody, let's be real. No money. Well, a little bit. Maybe for, what, 3 AKs with Kevlars, helmets. But realistically, this is the worst case scenario. It's 12-7. You've got no money. You've got 5 rounds to make up for. 5 in a row, in fact. And you're on T-side of Nuke. Good luck. You're going to need it. And that's usually what I like to say, and that's what we usually get. It's going to be 2 AKs and 3 Galdils. Limited utility, if any at all, ladies and gentlemen. It could be our last round of the first series of the day here. Besides that forfeit, this one is the real one. And they're going to be running secret. You can bet your ass on that. Absolutely going to be going down B. Cade already through the smoke, gets a free kill. And that should be a telltale sign somebody's slow walking down towards B. Which means RushB will probably put another player down towards the B site. Cade now playing the advanced scout. He's the one looking in for the info. He's the one to try and find out where the moles are at. Where's the ant nest? Dead. Yeah. Puts himself in too much danger, but he confirms it at least. It's B, boys. It's definitely B. First concept, not the greatest. Oh boy, tape where... Oh! Defeated Fortzil with a double. Matheos brings it back to a single-man difference, but there's 2 players pushing through ramp. And we do have a walk-in into main and into A, now going into vents. That's going to be Bielani. Matheos, again, same position as before, behind the actual reactor core. He's trying to be cheeky. He's trying to play both corners. He can. It will be difficult to get away with it, though, because if the op is spotting one side, the M4 is going to be spotting the other. You can trust that much. Easy. I think he might have seen it. Matheos will be caught, but Bielani finds Sovalio. He's bombed around the chance. Bought his teammate a chance. He's got the hit. Oh, no way. Oh, he's actually... Oh, he's gonna get it. He is. Oh, my God, he gets it. GG. That series done. That's a 2-0. It's gonna be RushB taking care of their opponents, Copenhagen Wolves. As all of a sudden, that is the elimination match done. Out of Group B, go Copenhagen Wolves. They're eliminated from the tournament, from the close qualifier for CCT Season 3. As... unfortunately, they will not have another chance to play in this Series 1. But hey, Series 2, Series 3, it's still coming up. They'll still have plenty more chances. In any case, it's RushB to at least avoid certain elimination. And all I can say is I hope they won't have to forfeit any more matches. We'd seen a forfeit, I believe, yesterday or the day before from them. But regardless, their next opponent is yet to be determined. Rage versus Sashi tonight at 7 will determine who, of course, RushB will be playing off against, because that's going to be the decider series of Group B. And of course, for group number D, for group, did I say D? I meant group number B. What else can you do, right? And then obviously for today, if we go quickly over the schedule for today's matches remaining, which are 2 matches in fact that are yet to be played moving forward with the day. Next up will be RushB versus Alliance, and then later on Rage versus Sashi. As I said, Rage versus Sashi will determine the loser plays against RushB for the final spot in Group B, and of course RushB versus Alliance is the matchup of the progression match. I believe it's the progression match, of course, for Group A. In any case, Mark will be taking over the duties in about 45 minutes at 4 o'clock Central European Time. Ladies and gents, until then, be good, be well. We'll be seeing you. See you soon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to CCT Season 3. We are here with our second day of play-ins for European Series 1, and it just feels so good to be back. My name is Get the Bag Mark, and we are here again from Season 2, ladies and gentlemen. I believe the last tournament that I was on was European Series 20, and we pick up shop right here. So, obviously, like I mentioned, second day of the play-ins, Lucy and Tony took it through yesterday, overside this morning before me, and we pick up shop here with the Swedes trying to get up an upset here this afternoon. But we got plenty of Counter-Strike to talk about. We've got plenty of it to settle. It's been very great to get back in the saddle, but I mean, let's talk and more checking out what we got going on. Let's take a look at that schedule that we have had today and see exactly where we're going to be headed for our matchup, just our own. Look, hey, Sango finally got to get out there today, but did they really? It was fortunately PT Family that removed themselves from the event. That game did not end up going on in our earliest slot, so Sango will be cruising after they did end up actually having to work for that first matchup. It was a very nice victory that they did go ahead and earn, but then you obviously take the turn to our second series where it's unfortunately that new addition of the Copenhagen Wolves roster, which we do have an alignment of a past foe of them today in the server on Alliance. We'll get to that in a moment. RushB picked up a 2-0 victory over those Wolves, was where we pick up here into the later hour. Our first game will be RushB versus Alliance, and then later this afternoon, we will have Sashi versus the Konextazi core of Rage. So, I mean, those games are going to be absolutely electric. I can't wait to see how those actually get down, but just particularly, I mean, with our first game here, I mean, in these play-ins, we know with the VRS that it's all going to be competitive games. I remember when the switch happened towards the neck end of Season 2, when these tournaments really started meaning big things. Remember BC Games Run, winning CCT, getting praise for that, Partisan. Lots of teams have, worked with these tier 2 tournaments and allowed them to take their paths into later sets, but just here ready to go. I mean, RushB and Alliance, it would mean so much for them to go ahead and make this first Series 1 here in Europe, which is $50,000. Absolutely crazy stuff that we have going out here, but obviously through these play-ins, we have 4 spots that are going to be moving on to that first series. So it should be great when we get down there and get into the function. We'll check it out. It's going to be that RushB roster, the Russian core, that is going to be interesting, right? Led by Kinky and Co. Obviously, this is a guy that has been around for a very long time. When he was on the Dream Eater squad back in the Star Ladder Major, there's a win that he pulls off against Vitality, Zywoo and Co. It's really incredible scenes. I mean, you dive into the history of, a lot of these players and just be so pleased to what you find. But you go down the line, right? And you get a little bit younger with time. Obviously, Kiro and Co, the Kazakhstani mix, you're going to see this later this afternoon with Rage. But you see in with this squad right now, it's going to be really great. But you flip over to where we actually get going to down in the business, ladies and gentlemen. We got a BO3. We are a little bit fast off the block here this afternoon, but I wouldn't prefer it any other day, any other way, excuse me. So our first BO3 here to go in our second day into our second set of these games. And the Swedish squad will just be getting started here on this T side. There'll be an Inferno here to start. Pulling up the vetoes on my own end so we can get you all informed. Immediately feeling into this Halls play, but Zinni up top, he's going to drop one with the headshot, and Kiro going to go ahead and reach from a second from the pit. That is great shots. Not to just hold it down all himself. 2v4. See if Twist, Vet, try and actually bring this back 1v4. He's done bigger things than this, but just sit right here and honestly take some respectful shots between the library peak and the default dance. Goes in between and sees into all three hands. At least Twist is bold about it, and RushB have to hit some impressive shots, have to be clean to defend this A site from the Hall's Pop, and they are successful. As we lean into the beginning of this veto, and it was Alliance that went ahead and banned Mirage. RushB banned into that Dust 2. Some usual scenes to see from squads like this, and Alliance picking into an Inferno here that's, you know, going to be looking good for them, but also in the same rank on that Dust, I was about to say Dust 2, and that RushB squad, right? It's a similar amount of reps, but not a similar amount of success. And that's where you come to see if the Alliance squad, like we were talking about, you know, maybe trying to kick up into what will be, you know, every single time you're going to have to be scraping off a win against a victor team that has a higher VRS ranking than you. You're going to be calling it an upset and really needing to getting that going, excuse me, but they'll figure it out along the way. This is the Inferno harping back in their direction. And the RushB squad has been doing well. They've been quite busy. It has been interesting, but already you kind of don't even see to that bomb plant. It's as little resistance as possible. You're going to see back into this one, so we begin. Been this RushB squad to really get some great work done in other ends and online tournaments I've been referring to. Some of them larger, some of them smaller. I believe they've, you know, pathed their way very quickly towards a nice run in Challenger League playoffs, taking down teams like Spirit Academy. Impressive wins, and I mean, it goes to show how threat like that will affect your resume nowadays. That's the game. Fox just sway back and forth right at the moment. You do get Twist checking in top of Banana. You may even get spotting on the bomb there by Executor. These three MP9s, we're going to be clocking in eventually. Just right around the corner here. Avid does give the shoulder check over to Kinky. Does have to find a little bit of respect back to the bomb site. Just at any moment, and this moment will now drop. The FAMAS era started about a month ago, and now it's going to go to work, and you see exactly how it goes to turn. Beautiful work and a slow burn, but a quick end. Putting out the candle from RushB. It's a second in a row. I coined it the FAMAS era by myself. Because, man, I like to get that down, maybe serve it up a little bit better than it is. However, really leans in. Been quite a good choice to grab. It's a little bit too tempting of a stab sometimes. Can't really blame him. It seems like Yog may be having a bit of a comeback, but really not on any other map, but Train, it so seems. Shout out to Complexity in North America for that sort of emphasis. Nuke, you're going to see right after this, if we can resume the veto talk, if, you know, I'm going to go there. I will never complain about that. And that's a very nice lookout for the RushB squad that will honestly hit a bit of a sore spot on that Alliance end. It's an Ancient that will be third, but in between that, it was RushB that removed Train last. We could have had it, ladies and gentlemen. We could have. Blast in. This Lamont tries to go and reach to the farm. Again, no crop for you. Honestly, not too great of a harvest. 2 players out of this thing entirely. And it's honestly a pretty good settle that's back, but it's all in the Zinni, and another slow-burning A attack that, I mean, Twist manages. Zinni just waiting in mini pit here. Up A, right up, and he can't stop the mini pit play. It's a nice drop out of it himself, and how Avid is going to be putting this bomb down. Tito jumps up. MP9 has the shot onto Era. 46 health and a 1v2, so not an impossible feat. Swedes try and manage. They scheme together. There's a kit on the back. The 20-year-old right now. He takes a patient scene and he just walks it back clean. Saves the AK while the Swedes get their initial round here on Inferno.
Terrorists win.
And it did get fully washed out. However, that one AK does lend in a nice ballot to the rest of the squad and allows for a greater vote. Everybody's going to have a nice challenge in this, including Kiro. He's been quite effective on this op in these opening situations. Can't exactly the pie there. There's a little resistance given back from Banana, but just a warning shot. Double HEs. You know RushB are still going to be acknowledging all of this space. Twist just patiently waiting for the smoke to fade. You know he wants to cause a problem here. Was just patiently walking into brackets that they've actually tampered into. Kuro identifies the wrap smoke on 30 seconds with 2 members to defend here. Do they actually have enough time for that call? Or is it all in the A site right now? Kinky standing strong here in CT spawn. He is going to be denying exactly that play. But Zinni, he decides to go on the investigation. It's taken down. But right now it's going to be Kuro alone on this site. He has to hit some insane shots and just put up to too much pressure. 2 missed barrels is going to be just too much to actually go ahead and recheck. All the way into library here. Has a lineup and puts 2 to sleep. Executor now 1v4. He'll just quickly adjust, but RushB unfortunately can't take any more in the safe side. Has to save this AK twice in a row, and Pleasant will try and chase down. Can't quite get the clue after 1.
Terrorists win.
So again, I guess you get to respin on this AK to go. Not sure you're getting actually very encouraged by just this one rifle, but I mean, this is Alliance getting the tempo on your map selection, so a real large surprise here. Twist. It's the back check into this flash, and there's that saved AK we were talking about. Up it finds that opening kill on the awaiting member. And Kuro at least does get to recycle it. Most veteran member of this squad standing in CT with the Eagle gets checked early. Flirting with the idea of walking through that smoke. Where exactly did that AK go down? On the Kiro body? That is the question. Alliance, either way, might be all over it. Two players, bottom middle. Twist takes that gunfight and wins it. Third round in a row for Alliance, and now they're particularly sitting in the driver's seat right now. The T side in gear. Eric gets this op, and I mean, that's really kind of the conversation point that we were, you know, starting in the roster discussion, was exactly where Era stands. This player coming over from the Copenhagen Wolves. Last big project he was a part of. You know, the Copenhagen Wolves right now, I mean, they eventually lost Shane from that roster, which seems like, I mean, really the only familiar piece after a while. It's seen a lot of different faces, and we were just playing earlier this afternoon. They'll be in the 2 loss category here, which is not what you want to see. It's only this first... Oh, some shenanigans in alternative middle. Only the first series here in Europe of what will be a long season to go. Here in season 3. Bringing the business up to top banana. Not the full cell. We're not actually through the smoke. It was sort of just the tail that was brought back. So is the smoke to refresh this up to the site. Molotov that's going to be put out by this. Pleasant. Close on the spam. Oh, but look at this. Avid gets 1 kill here on this awaiting player who's not going to be swinging on this. First contact comes from Zinni on the MP9. Bomb in the back of Twist as well. 45 seconds to go. Alliance go late, but this time it is not going to fall into their plate. That's it. It's up in the snap to make the play. Hold on a second. He's in position. But Zinni just plays with them. And Zinni gets a second here, survives, and does what's necessary. New op on the block is going to have to make the time stop, because with 5 seconds left, there's just not enough of it. Alliance have been denied their streak even further. In the saddle or RushB now. Least come trending with that buy. Have been on quite a spiel top banana. That's when it catches up to them. Sort of all been realized that they've been all too willing to actually go ahead and take the fight in a situation like that. Time they disrespect the smoke, they just push forward. Take care of business. Okay. Dashes right around the corner. Had a player just in the 3-man setup right in the previous round. Time it just has a different face. Then he boosted. Straight over right at the moment that the spams come down at the top of banana. Lions play a slow ball. When can they actually get it on the roll? Zinni, free information. 35 seconds. And Alliance are still moving like they're the one with the man down. However, it's settled. Bomb is headed back to A. 25. It's going to be the whole split. And really, the competition towards this B play, the what's just gonna get 1 kill has to be Zinni. Is Zinni? He's got 2 out of this AK, and he's got a 3rd out of the nade. Hold on, this is glorious stuff right out of the yellow gun. And he can even pop out for a 4th. And Zinni is an absolute demon here, holding the A site in his name. Amazing work here from Zinni. I mean, literally the only man that can. And the only man that can pull up to take the shot with pressure in his face. Way past the three-point line. You can call it an and one. He gets 4 all the way there. Can't hit them both at the line. No ace. That is going to be at the pace. RushB, I mean, talk about a moment that they can sort of get excited about. Big play out of Zinni right there. Decisions. Consultants say the Lions are to just save their money right here. How about they roll the die at least a little bit? Couple pieces of utility. Even a Kevlar or 3. One singular hero AK. Then that hands of their offer. See what Era is actually able to get down with this. Pistols that will likely see into the banana play. Executor. Oh, he's just going to spam right on it. With the A1S has to back up. 10 bullets more to stand the test. Smoke right down. Right now, they are mincemeat into these 2 crosshairs. 2 players goes down right on top of this. They have that secondary flash. Round up Executor. He doesn't have a lot more bullets left in the barrel. Thankfully, the backup is here right in time. Hero puts down any threat, and keep in mind, that was their last hope. That was the only hope. There was Era, excuse me, on the Hero AK. Very impressive work. Alliance feel like they've been cut through their heart on this T side. Boy, the pain is just getting started, baby. Their 3rd series of the night. See where we actually have our odds at the moment for staked. Lean a little bit of the way. Squad seemingly heating up on the pan. Well, just Pleasant to turn on the gas. He's got that smoke down on his own end. With a little bit more defense. Only time B-side has been opened up just like this. It was on the Executor a few rounds ago. And he survived and certainly thrived. Smoke that comes in from afar. Corrections, that's right on the top of library. Alliance have been showing a couple different hands towards that side of the play of the wraps here into library to really just try to intimidate here. Nothing is going to stand down to this RushB squad, even flashing up. Zinni doing 2 times in a row. Executor gets Pleasant on the other side. The time is just catching up with you. RushB have an opportunity likely to save these 2 guns away. An AWP and an AK is not something you want to bet on right at this point. But it's always Executor that wants to get close. First up here in apartments. I mean, the escapability of this position for him is honestly questionable. Oh, the net just when he's needed to. Almost finds 2 faces. That up A to actually worry about. Bomb goes off in Alliance. They pull themselves one more closer. Right now, a saved AWP, perhaps a dropped rifle to come out of this camp, and RushB, they're going to be back at it again. For him. Twist on the early play is going to be so successful. Brute force to this B side. They are no fashion gonna leave the land that they so graciously grazed. Even still, standing patiently on it. Getting a flash up now. Kiro dawning in the sight, never left. Just stand the test around this first orange's area. Has to dip back and change into cover, but I mean, audio cues are audio cues, and they are going to be tells. But right here, it's the betting man that will still stand on the table, still stand on business. He's pushing this thing further. Kiro is going to need to hit another quick merger. Can't do it. Era and Avid, they are going to be galloping back in this direction. Oh, there's a scope here, and the low HP is going to appear as a problem. A 1v1 for Zinni versus Era now. I'm going to go down.
Bomb has been planted.
Hands of the scope to Squeed. Squeed. And Zinni has just been a dominator, but can he kind of come up in a 1v1? Era, just depends on the time, he swings back to the block, but there's a miss. And right here, there's even a reload. That was the last cannon and a long swing, and Zinni will just sing. It's the 6th round on the board for RushB now, punishing the miss from Era.
Counter-terrorists win.
Kiro with a great effort here. Keep in mind, this is all from the 3 versus 5. If you're an Alliance fan, that one's gotta hurt. Kill by Kinky is so important. Zinni on the backstep right there. Absolutely just is incredible. A fantastic tenacity that RushB have been able to put up. Sort of in and out of the rhythm of this first half. Trying to kindly peek into this op. Era even realizing that, you know, there was a knock on the door. Opening up that smoke for a moment. Buzzing. Walking up. Okay to go. Right around that corner. Pleasant. Turning into the second. And Texi going to be getting 2 upon it. Texi goes down just after initially acknowledging all the business up top. Again left on to Kiro's shoulders. At this point, we know that he can lift. The Oppers hold on to these B angles. Era more patiently on to the CT rotation. Now Ebba joins in. Been quiet so far, but a big play in a late round can make a loud difference with even 1 kill. Kiro repositions. Towards dark. There's 1 smoke on the back of Avid. Plenty of tools, plenty of flashes to make the play. A couple of them go up into the site and are going to make a problem. That's all 3 of them giving back to Kiro. He can go fast. Can he actually be Kiro? Not like this. Now put on the pedestal. Put on a tally. And on the stage, he breaks a leg. Breaks 3 members of Alliance along the way. And that is a great way to earn 7. RushB just add to the highlight reel in this first map. Overtly great plays. Multi-kill after multi-kill has saved RushB. 5v3 rounds of the 3v5s. Right now with pistols, it's tilting in the way. It is a fearsome look to this side. And there goes Kiro. Pixie is going to be quite low. Gotta keep this A1S hot. Oh, look at what Era's found. There's a nade going all the way through that smoke. So we right now up A. Almost looks like he had the timing. It does not work out. Pixie back in the site. Thinking on an investigation. He's about to find a whole lot. What's this guy up to? Oh no. Turning it around. Nightbolt sees the head of Era. What a find. How did this op get all the way back here, fellas? That's the question. In the RushB camp at the moment. You can save the gossip for another time, however. be right into the hands of Zinni. 12 frags in this first half. And Era may check close. They played this at least twice in the half so far, but it's going to be quite a wide swing to do that. Twist comes top, and he will not drop it. Look at that. That's 2 right out of the pocket, and even A1 has to pick it up. So Tixie, right on time, right place, and just has to deal with an op and the low HP rifle. They stand back to back. They even have an HG of their own, 2 of them, and they can't find Tixie. He just goes and patiently spams about. Now Tixie find this. Oh, so close. Towards the spam, back to pit. The Twist has got to know what's coming in the wind. He's got to know what's coming in the way, and it's Tixie that's going to go and try and get around on the play. Denied, and it's Twist that actually comes out with all the frags in the first half. At the top of the line, he's got 15 and is trying to pull the rest of his Swedish team alongside with them. Only down 2 after, honestly, a first half that an 8-4 puts a different feeling up on the side right now, I would say, for the Alliance core, but now they're going to be walking into the second half with confidence. Seems to be some discussion at half. The audio cue that I enjoy the most. 7-5 right now, you get this down. This is Alliance's map pick. I will remind our audience. It's going to be a nuke up after this, an ancient potentially, if we need to go all the way. And then right after this, we're going to be having Rage and Sashi. Whatever time we will be getting that up on the board. The 1-0 matches in Group B. So we return to the A. We return to Group A. Another pistol round in play. And I pointed out that it was Twist that comes out highest performing player. There is a noticeable difference in the kill distribution from these 2 squads. Compare and contrast all day. We know what Pleasant can get up in the way. It's moving immediately too quickly, but he's used to being at the front of the pack and now just delivers everything back to this new box position. Make it happen. Twist is going to have to hit some more impressive shots. Era's got 2 of his own. Taunting from Dark. Bomb's going to go down. 3v3. Now RushB. How are they going to dig their heels in right now? Up A has these dualies alongside Avid. Low HP is going to take those 2 young guns to step up. Because Twist is walking out on that 4 health. Zinni fights Crossfire. Now Hero's got a good shot. Up A, long range. With those dualies. Now it's to turn around and on the burst. It's going to go like a beast. It's Hero that goes ahead and makes it his own. That is the 2nd pistol on the board for this RushB squad. And boy, it's just hard to play ball when you have to just stare down at a stat like that. Stylish from Kira at the end. Force right back into it. This is their Inferno, and they're not patiently to wait. How do you debate just like this? Like how and trying to argue them right here. I don't know. That's cold facts thrown right back in your face. I don't know how Alliance actually rebuttal from that. Gonna take the 2 players they have on the safe side, make a big play, and I mean, there's going to be that consideration to go in this direction by RushB at the moment. It seems like the investigation is on, just holding in somewhat patient fashion. They're aware of it being the force into the round now. They're aware of the possibility of these pop play positions. They're aware of the possible gambles that could be going on across the map. Another one playing out right now. Dice rolled by Up A. Me heading over towards this B side. Gonna try and lock it down with Twist. But unfortunately, it's just exactly that happened. RushB has sort of twisted his arm, fooled everything. The timing, the play that, you know, they wanted to embark on, even going as far as to, you know, clear the nitty-gritty. Nobody in big or little pit. RushB want to have a clean post pit. I mean, it's the same just for Alliance. I mean, I guess try and save as much as you can, because you're not going for 2 full saves in a row. So to, you know, have that considerable hero AK, whatever it would be. In this case, it's a Mac 10 and a MP9. Maybe not too inspiring, but ladies and gentlemen, you have to work with what you got. Lions can surely pick themselves back up. There have been tougher situations that teams that have featured twists on them went ahead and managed. Big fights up here towards the top of Banana. Let's see if the 5-time major qualifying Swede can bring it back against RushB. That's the whole path. That's the whole point of this thing. Getting the experience under the belt. Try to make the rankings. Try to make that big list. All of the attention. Well, here's just one right in detention. It's the Mac 10 that was traded out. Twist has been such a force, but it's more name value that holds up that Mac 10 than anything else. Aaron never gave up this apartment's control. Thinking Co joins back. This is just that direction all the way through. A player didn't really even significantly get on that investigation until way too late. Pleasant finds a Galil that was at the bottom of Banana. Wasn't thrown out of the map, so an understandable save that will leave up and rather not to the imagination. We'll see how close Pleasant gets. Doesn't have a kit. Hills here wouldn't really be too considerable. I mean, honestly, that's kind of false. I feel like it would have some damage on the RushB. It does. But you are successful on that first stab. Hero should be able to get out. I do flare. He's good. Sometimes you don't know. Sometimes you just don't. Solid looking second half that Alliance have given in a couple of rounds. Boosting up, Arrow with the opening kill. That's a play that they needed, even to the fact of silencing out your closing offer is going to mean so much more. Cindy should have a gap in this. Not so much large enough on the play. Teasing them in the apartments. Arrow had to go somewhere. Maybe aware of this potential post right here in the back line. Still occupying Banana at that same face. Twist communicates what exactly he sees, but that second incendiary that's going to hold up so much. It's a sight. Era does have a smoke about him, but it's not supposed to go like that. No trade. Era, the second frag in the round, is going to have a huge effort. Let's get all down, and great shot onto Kinky. Era re-aggressive. Swap to the P250. It's going to have to be just a dogfight here. Shooter. Third of the round. Era attempts the quick scope. Like cap and stroke. Pleasant is pleasant. Great shots out of him. And Alliance, they pull up right when they need to, and they have something that they can stand on. Era and Pleasant. The A-site spirits lifted up RushB so high in their CT side. About time that Alliance gets some multi-frags of their own. Another opening kill by Era. Collects a lot of information here. Pistol's hungry. Takes some fights. Have it so close. Back pocket incendiary. Oh, he found this offer. Era, he's got two out of it on the P250. But there is an op picked up. It's a problem. Oh, the Texi. You see just an impossible angle to clear. And up A. Back and forth around that corner. The op can't get out of the hands. Somebody's got to find it. Have it does. And Alliance, they put two in a row. Go ahead and earn that eco from their strong around win, just two in the wind. RushB only separated from 3 right now, and Mac 10 in the hands of Kinky. See exactly how Balls go ahead and starts a stab. It's been the timings of a pretty well called T side right now from Kinky. That's nor here nor there. Got to be able to finish strong. Era holds. Going to be a third opening kill in a row for the Swede. With enemy on fire at that point, practically. Just a bit of a teaser held out towards A. It will be into that sniper scope here in a moment. Oh, but Era seemingly misses. That is a doozy. And right now, back up into the car. Hold on a second. Bring in the teeth that we all expected right here on this Inferno. It's going to hurt for RushB. Here's a lurk to pay attention to. Man that ruined the setup in Halls is going to be reaching for this. This just hasn't gone their way. Won't again. Dixie 1v3. Poor health. Here we're gonna be right behind him and takes care of exactly one straggler left to go. This is now a concern. That was a convincing altercation top of Banana. Not sure you're going to be revisiting that same lot wearing the same colors. RushB call a timeout. The time is ever. Early Halls play, but Kiro finding twists like that? Not like this. 3 Deagles, 4 Deagles. Zinni has just got to play bunny rabbit on this Glock. Cause some dysfunction. This can get off to. Can Zinni get his greasy mitts on it? Likely not. Can't see through the smoke. Maybe you just won't be enough. Won't be more than the single deagle kill. But I get nervous when I see a single man at this B site. Smoke right down. Against these pistols, that's going to cause quite a fright. 8 goes deep. Looked pretty nice upon it. Puts Kinky down to 62. Coordinated fade. Right onto the head of Pleasant. He's going to bring it down to them. Pleasant, he is going to be signing this down with the pen. Find those first 2 players, and Pleasant for a third. They're directing back in this play. Bomb is just in an awkward spot, and RushB, cash that matters. So this is quite difficult situation. No way this will go down. Era has to just duck in and out with that op. And if there's been anything to put it on top, it's been Era's huge plays. It's been Pleasant that has been stepping up for the Swedish side. Now they pull themselves within 1. The Russian squad that has honestly put up great efforts just within that last eco. However, it's all Era is going to go for the peak. It's not going to stop. Era looking all the way into banana right now. No audio cue given to Kinky. Flash right up. Let's go for a peek. See something. Something. Takes that shot. Let's try to get a response back, but Kinky, he just can't help himself. A flash up, but he just resists. He wanted to push so badly, you can tell. This B-side tussle has a muscle from RushB. What do they call that out of the 33-year-old player? Old man strength? Alright, get this guy out of here. He didn't deserve that. Calling a great game so far. It's been the big plays out of Alliance that have made the difference. Smoke down into CT spawn right now. Ava just needs one big play. Just needs one big difference. Pleasant spotted. Pleasant split. Ava gets 2. Pleasant with a second. And they're right on top of things. Pleasant hammers down all 3. It is firm rulings out of this judge. And there is no deliberating needed. Great work to just pick up the stick and let it rip. Tied game here on Alliance's map pick. They came to play here in the second half. That we know for sure. Again, checking up into these pistols. I mean, for what it's worth, it's not immense riches for Alliance, but at this point, it's kind of meaningless. They have everything they need to set up shop. They want to be open explorer. Flash goes in. Up A. Boost. What does Era see? He sees a second opportunity. That's Kinky that goes down. And Era, the hot hand right now. Still the biggest wolf in the server, even though he left the pack and has put on a different jersey here in Alliance. Ready spray. Can it be restored out of the young cut? It is the entire A site that will turn, and the lead turns to Alliance. 2 pistol rounds that they did not get their hands on. And they're still making it happen like this. RushB have been stunned. Their map pick they are going to be having onto Nuke next. And that's not even a complete faulty margin for RushB. Plenty of reps on that, for Alliance rather. Arrow posted. It's a top one, and it's not meant for Eric. Nothing. Second peak that we saw in the boost against Eco in the previous round really proved it. Had to hit a difficult shot. Off this B side for Pleasant. It's always been, for him, hamming down. Hopping into halls. They and Avid are here. And put up a great defense just as a duo. Wasn't back in that same direction. Molotov returns apartments to sort of Alliance's terms, but that smoke is thrown close. Oh my goodness, the situation here by Uppe is going to result in a huge kill that now is going to be teetering all of the trials here in Alliance's favor. 3 versus 5, and now you got to find your way back down the mountain. Seems like RushB made a mistake in the valley, but look at this. Nixie's got 2. Hero. It's a winnable 1v3 based on the positioning, but 4 seconds left, and just gotta hold on to this thing. Alliance, they strike 12 on their map pick, but it's not done by Twist. He was just hot on the trail, wanted to remove that op from his cold dead hands, but just ran out of time. Alliance, they never ran out of hope. Great scenes from this Swedish squad. They continue to push on. Hero up with the op one more time. There really just isn't a line back left in this rod likely for RushB. Lions want to reel it in one more time. Here on this A site. Huge holds from both of these units have been put up from this side of the aisle over RushB. Why they're so concerned about it. Here into the awaiting arms. It's going to have to be those welcoming arms from Abbott that's going to have to lift more, but can't. The whole defense taken down. But boy, they are just right outside, and you can see those lights flashing. Hero almost up to the party. Has an op of his own. Holding on to this thing as long as they can. We want overtime. Right here, right now. That's the call. That is what we want. Twist here with the kit. It's going to have to be him. So much time ticked down, but a missed shot. Little HP. It's looking scarce now. Twist hangs around to deal the damage, and he takes every gun out of the hands of RushB. That'll do a whole lot. Either way, RushB, they are still alive in this ring. Picking to 24. Picking it up a notch. gonna get 2 right through the smoke. Up A gets that second, and RushB upended. 1v3. It's gonna have to be unbelievable scenes from Executor now. It is just over. Barreling it down. 1-0 in this series. Alliance have to work for it. All 24 rounds. Their map pick is defended, but goodness gracious, was that quite a brawl. RushB took control of it all for so long, but are really out-taught by experience. It's Twist Squad who just ends off in a great situation. And I mean, I was praising Twist for coming up out of the second half with, you know, really all of that praise. But I mean, look at the individual efforts that he puts up secondly, right? I mean, it's 18 kills he only finishes the game with, right? And that's because he's serving up exactly what his team is eating, right? I mean, Era, Pleasant, everybody ready to go. I mean, it's just been there the whole time. And exactly when they needed to get online, they did. They played well enough to survive and, you know, win their map, even by the skin of their teeth. So it's a 13-11 that you get out to right now. But like I spoke about, it's that nuke that you're going to be coming up with second right here in a moment. So that's something to look forward to here in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be sending things to about a 10-minute break before we get that map too. We'll see if Alliance can do some damage over on RushB's turf.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me. Blindsided, misguided, led astray, trusted too easy. Blindsided, strung out on the smallest string, had me questioning everything. I don't know where I am now. Pedestal I had you on is crumbling down on the ground. It was all illusion. Where do I go now?
Well, we have a second map. We got a nuke that is coming up straight out of our pipeline here, and we are going to be seeing how exactly RushB are to rebuttal back in this series here as Alliance really just streak back. I mean, that was an impressive series, rather an impressive first map as you kind of like, I kind of counted them out there to go. I kind of sort of came in this series with the notion that it was really going to be an interesting time to see out of RushB, especially on a map where I feel like Alliance were, you know, picking into sort of a strength of their own and, you know, even kind of immediately putting out that challenge to, you know, an Inferno that was immediately up to sort of a debate early. But I mean, it's a nuke that I think will be a little bit less up for this discussion. I sort of was picturing it up early. I mean, if, you know, RushB are to really put up a like convincing one there through Inferno, then I mean, this could have been a slam dunk. I mean, straight up. But I think that Alliance comes in to the second map with a lot of confidence and, you know, a lot of momentum just straight up the wing. So it'll be very interesting to go along and get how Kinky's going to continue to call into this game. I mean, he's got to stare down the barrel of Era now, but I'm hearing that nuke is going to be ready. So let's peer to that second stage. Let's get all the way into the business now. This should be an exciting second map. RushB, let's see if they're going to extend us all the way to Ancient. Are we going to get the full 3 out of our third series of the day, or are they just going to put us away with a little bit less to think about here? Alliance would need a nice performance on this nuke to be able to actually make it happen, but you know, this is something that you have to see back into the imagination right now. Man, I mean, I'm always a fan of a comeback story. I'm always a fan of getting this down onto nuke. It's going to be that affair kicking off right now, Alliance, because they are a team that is skating uphill. They're going to have the choice of side. They're going to be going to the defense. Execute comes down on this A site via RushB. Now they're going to be striking out into this. Taxi is going to be getting 2. Taxi will continue to stay alive, even getting a 3rd. Right now it's Twist in Era. 2 terms of our first map come to attention, but now the more experienced of the bunch has to flip on Executor, and Twist can get it done. Has to maneuver and flipping his gun, and now just a repeat onto Twist, and RushB put down the fist straight away. They've got a pistol round on the coordinated A play. already going to be throwing the board. Rather it's out right back, and oh my god. Must be. They just put him under with a good wave. Investigate. Oh, it's a headshot here by Tixie. Alliance. They get put down for a second round in a row. USPs are going to push it down the bend. Trying to stay right at the elbow of it. Bomb goes down immediately on B. This didn't have to go to contention for so long. Will find nothing here. Dixie up top. Dodging back and forth for City. This back line, and unfortunately, the rest of Alliance to go up with it. Buy it by Alliance now on the CT side. First buying clues on an AWP. That's going to be obviously a very big measure. Shots put up. Oh my goodness. Only really hitting Tixie initially once, but RushB, they're going to be investigating quickly through secret. We've been very kind of poignant on, you know, getting up and presenting coordinated plays. Flat out of the double doors right now. They're trying to make this work, but Tixie has a huge shot on the twist. And now Kinky's going to put this bomb down. So as soon as it gets put up to test here by Alliance, they may just not stand it. Sort of being toyed with, played with. And that's what the conversation we brought up in the green room all about in that side. Era on the op. Oh my gosh. Shooter with a very nice shot, and the op can try to top this. It's going to be a fight on the way back out. Not sure it's going to be sent so far as to go into CT spawn, but this spawn at the moment looks very good. Flexing the shot up. Big right there. And RushB just put another one up in a row. That gets them up to 4 now. Timeout that's called by this Alliance side. You need something like this back up in the other direction. just to get a little bit of momentum, a swing on the way back that you know is necessary. Just be cornered so well. You break off of that. You need to get a little bit more in the wagon while you still can on this first map. It's important that you do. He's gonna get this door open. A flash to actually get it up onto the course. See? Has an AK. And a flash just straight up go out well. Executes and just tried to flick back over. Sitting with the headshot. And Alliance, it's going straight initially on this bomb site to do better than before, but they're still giving it up. They're just getting trades this time, which again is not like too impressive of a bar. How much it takes to negotiate within this nuke. Even staring down the barrel of that man advantage is not something you're going to be facing into as quickly as you can at all. Back the way out. Our Alliance were shut out through 5 rounds.
Terrorists win.
Off of the timeout, it's another quick A play. That is what uploaded us up in the beginning of the half to get that going. But set down just as quickly. Pick back up again, and Alliance had a timeout. Couldn't deal with it to go. Obviously, still very close within the stake odds at the moment, but it does not feel that way. See what RushB desire in it. Quick desire. Wham, they do pursue incidents to this early, but a flash is going to delay. They need a huge play. Flash out. Pleasant just gets a dig down on City. Molotov goes high. Executor with the double. RushB. They run into trouble. They deal with it with a multi-kill. Era of 1 there. In the lobby. There's nobody else here. Everybody's down on the bottom site. 2 players are going to be awfully low, and Pleasant just stands up tall. Gets that first player out. Flash all the way to that double side, trying to get upon to the ruse. Smoke out to the double doors. You know, the very nice swing, and Hero just he has to play. Full HP player is Era, looking for that bomb. Executor needs a 3K to close out the round. Breathes so solemnly, can't finish the fight. Had an opportunity to do so, but right now it's Era's round to lose, and he has to just decide that has enough time, not enough time. Check the watch. That's 6 rounds up for RushB. Pistols in the full force play. The Alliance are going to be just stringing up at this very moment. Pleasant right next to the smoke. Executor just got off of a very nice finish. Lived long enough. Up A has got an opening defensive frag, but switch positions. Pleasant and Executor going out. He sees the MP9 barrel. Easy execution. This RushB defense just looking incredible. Rather their offense, their map pick of Nuke. Unpenetrable at the moment. And Alliance are just forced to save again. sort of living the nightmare of any sort of nuke scenario that you do not want. Couple of these taps down. Right around the corner from it. MP9 to go for a nice play. The swing is not down. Kiro with the headshot. Now RushB. Put up 7 in a row. This T-side's moving awfully quick. Might as well never push those brakes. Alliance will for the moment. Another 30-second timeout off of the previous called. There's not much faith reinstalled. Tixie, Executor 7-0. Excuse me, 7 kills. 8 kills. Hero on 7. 7-0 your scoreline. And it takes performances like that to just be consistently delivered. But Lions have taken like a very gracious back end. Common reoccurrence you see is the saves. You might think, why don't they just get aggressive? It's so hard to try and really break back in those man disadvantages on a map like Nuke. Quick play. RushB. They are not to let the pressure on this tire. All the air out. And Pleasant has a huge pickup right through the beginning. Doesn't even see it, but will believe it. He's gotten a multi-kill. Out of the bomb site, it's least to RushB. Always has been. Considering the retake from up top. Not going to go down now. And it just doesn't seem like Alliance is very fretted for the retake. Huge nade. Does a lot of damage. Just under 60 health, both these players will be able to manage. Molotov where they need them. They've got to push forward. Ignore the incendiary. It's only Avid to go and do so. 3v3. This is looking to be another save, potentially from Alliance, but this is where they get aggressive. This is where they can step up. Here's a big fight, and they win 2 of them. Last player at triple, it's Zinni, and now they are going to get that done. Got to find this bomb in time, and Twist will. It's the first round for the Swedes.
Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win.
Pretty incredible stuff. For the first time, Alliance pick up. But boy, they're going to be needing that one and then some. I mean, we're only able to go for that advantage. Rather that retake because of the Pleasant multi-kill opening. And then you're kind of switched back. Come to realize that it still showed dysfunction. That's why it fell lower in the charts. How do you reload right now? It's with maybe a little bit of a slower tempo, but Executor is found there. And Pleasant with the second opening kill in a row. Bert goes ahead and farms. 2 outside. He continues to pick. One after the other. And it's just too much for them at the moment. Looking with this op. Hero up top. Drops arrow finally. You're working on a 2v5 here. RushB likely going to be forced to show Kinky's rifling force right here. Hero play. Inbounds. That's what's required. Maybe an even heal on the smokes. They have another one in library, I was gonna say. Thank goodness we're Inferno. That would sound like I would have no excuse. In the lobby. 30 seconds left, and second round in a row from Alliance. So how do you go about it? That would go very wrong. Up A stands in the fire, confident to put up the T-side in flames. RushB could put down twice in a row, but that is not going to actually completely kick their hopes down. Out of the beginning of this T-side, they did so much work. They plan to end it in the same fashion. We got 3 more in this first half right now. They want to just really let the Swedes know that this should have been a 2-0 turf. Could have put you out on your own map pick. Could have came into our wheelhouse next. Was what? Ancient that's going to have to be that graciously included as well. Case it keeps going in this direction. The first gun round for RushB with exactly this play. The outside smokes and the adjustment down below that Avid has already rotated to join in for, and so is Twist. Seeming to really be aware of this. Hero being held just really on the beater. Both those players can be just jarred into the bomb site right now, so Alliance are going to give them all the sides to this site. There's a huge shot up. Hero finally going to get Era out of the grasp of his own scope. Out of the T side, move forward right now. It's through the next step of Executor, and he gets put to rest. RushB. Where's the tempo gone in this round? There's a player even at the top of the roof right now. Zinni looking for him. They do get the kill, and so does Tixie. Now this is an issue. Considering the play all the way back, up A is going to try and upend them from going down to B. Doesn't have as aggressive as a main peak as you would have thought. Has to just save what he has for this late round. Is at the will as well. Standing up. Buttons and right now only gets one, and it was the low HP button. 5 seconds. You need to get this bomb down, and you can. Up A. Now, just get this into position, but the Molotov denies it. A cut, a difference of a second. Now Zinni can just doctor this one from exactly where he'd like to on the cutting table. Now Up, the latest patient. He is going to be in critical condition. The nade is going to be swinging down below. And Up just does the dance so gracefully around this site. He can't finish the job. Glock hold. He needs to get it down, even on burst. You're oh so gracious and swift on that to bring you back to the desired places. It's RushB that just convert, and after a whiplash of 2 rounds in a row by Alliance, they get their momentum back. Frags for Tixie in this first half. Expected a lot from this young gun coming in, and I mean, I've seen some really gracious plays from this group, but it's been the bouquet that's been so impressive. Twist, a bit obsessive. He's got the first kill. Just wants to stick around, wants to stick his hand even deeper in it. Inky. An unknown factor has seen his way all the way into the secret steps. Side, all but a missed shot. Just trying to doctor this back. It's going to be control on tap for when they realize it, but what a beat defense when you actually add it up. 2 ops down in the lower bomb site for Alliance. It has to be Twist to push and get away. No, can't do it. Tixie just on the off angle. He doesn't expect. A while since we've heard that pleasant voice.
Bomb has been planted.
Boy, the conversation has just been filled with the name Tixie and everything that he has put on this page. 1v3 up for Up A now, and he just ups and goes. Saves his A4, but they're after him. That is hot on the tail, and he will get it. It's 2 kills out of Kenki in this round, and a 9-2 half. His members, his mob, have put up. Boy, they've taken quite some control here in this era. dodge. The worst part of that, Kinky did not believe got spotting eyes onto Era. Jumped up on Mini. Rather fell right on top. Then you should see him now, and he's got that kill. It's what they could need to just finish out the half exactly the way that they intended. You range around the green right here. Next executor that can just tap it in if they do go down the vent. Exactly that falls in their lap. Bay in the vent now. Make it go. And more to the cusp, and 3 for up A. There is just no way. Dropped out of the vent. Honestly, a bit imaginative here. And Kinky put up another huge round. They just round this corner, finally caught by the ops. Gonna take a whole lot more from Twist, who was the poignant member of the first half of this Alliance squad over on Inferno. In the first half of this nuke, it is a different conversation. Only walks away with 5, as squad walks away with 2 in totality. Been a bit of a tough series for that mark. We have an Ancient that is into 3. It was RushB that were 100% shooting on those pistols on Inferno. Won the first one here on Nuke. I'm wondering if they can't just do it again. Immediately get that ink dotted on the CT side. See if Tixie and the rest of RushB have saved some flashy shots for the defensive side. Alliance, a 10-2. It's not going to be really so poignant to come back into. It took a strong second half performance, just really from within, to be able to actually dot that back. 10-2, maybe not so much. Molotov and a nade. Far hand that is reached out by Alliance. Door pops. USP is going to be right up. Oh my god. Pleasant. Huge kill. And these Glocks are just going to continue to bully it all the way down. Here's a USP around this corner, and Era goes ahead and taps up. And Era has the kit. Oh my gosh. Gets 1 kill. Could have swung around for that second. Zenny right at the vent wins his 1. And now Era is a loud member of this situation, and that's a bold statement he puts on top of it. Exclamation point with that headshot, it just hits the top. Era has to duck back and forth, and now to try and ride the line. Era, you can't do this, not in this fashion, not here today. Texie, the highest rated member out of the first half for RushB, just has to kick off the second with some swagger upon him. Era, at 16 health, is gonna be dealt with. RushB, they have 4 pistols here in 2 maps. And they've got 11 rounds here on their second. They want to put a pin in it. Alliance. Their last time out right now, and I think they're deciding to really just waste it all at the wall, see if they can make it happen at potentially 15 rounds, but if not, easy break, you come back for a 3rd map, and it's a best of 1 series at that point on Ancient that it's the 3rd map would suggest is a little bit more familiar to both of these squads. Was the organization back from Alliance, they go for it all. They force in these Deagles to make the difference. Why not? Have that pillow behind you if you want to continue to roll. Right now, it's Era that does. Opening kill on that Galil. That's not so easy to task. Maybe down. The answer is yes. The smokes give them nothing. They are just toying with every possibility that RushB is expecting at the moment. Hops down on it. Tries to go with a decent spam through. Can't land it. Headshot onto Tixie. Twist with that Galil next is going to land another kill. Here it's a 2 versus 2. Go ahead and check out this HP. Go ahead and check out Avid's positioning. That's all it done. Force going to be cut right off. Unless it's 1v4 walking into the crosshair. It is up A to just get this last one down. And Alliance, they're going to continue to kick in this nuke for as long as they please. Assignment's forced back by RushB. We'll see if it's as successful. Seem to be interested in potentially going aggressive through this A position. Pleasant takes care of business outside. Molotov is going to be pushing back the cut positions. We may be heading into ramp. Executor's got a 5-7 with their name on it. Flash, that won't go. Executor's going to get these fights clean. Oh my god. It happened like this. No way. He's going to be getting a very, very good kill. Needed that one. Bought a lot of security just now. But they still feel the paranoia. They were so close. Those close range fights can be so punishing. You know, it's 2 pistol players. Had to have repositioned somewhere. And at the same member, the same time, it's Tixie that has a great shot. Can't blame a guy for trying, though. To attempt a 1v3 like that, they're going A right now. And Tixie is going to be right behind them on the heaven flank. Knife pulled. Has the rifle about it, but it's all it's presented to up A. He was the MVP of that round. Trades out and ramp as the finishing touches. But RushB certainly do put a little bit of mustard on that thing. It's a couple of kills out that they do present. Damage, sure. But it's USPs that they get back. Not going to call it anything from Alliance yet, but RushB certainly need to acknowledge this. Comes the exit. Straight out of the barn. Wanted to say sight back. It's awfully empty. The rest of RushB just patiently outside. Where does this actually get its wits back from? They spill right through. It's just 10. That will try to pick up the 10. It's the MP9 that does so. The other SMG. And Kuro will go where he just pleases. Around to the back line, just as a USP. I'd be cheering for him right now if he had the Zeus in the spot. Needs to get a little bit jiggy with it. Letting him out. One kill with Kuro. Just nice. Didn't really hold too much meaning, but Alliance, it's a 5th, and seems that their opponent's still bleeding. Have something to cover it up right now. A big buyback for RushB. This is about the strongest look that they've had. Outside smokes dropped again by Alliance. But this is an issue. Something is missed, and going to be a couple of players seen right there. Contact as to the top of outside as well. You know they are going to be down. You have to have responded to this. Been so used to this B site being put on a pedestal by this Alliance unit, just as you did in the first half, RushB. Sticks around, wanting these mini players to not peek. clears this thing out. Alliance put up a very nice camp on the B side here. RushB, even though they have 4 members live, right now, I wonder if they even fully attempt this. No kits either. Gotta get something easy. And there's nothing sticking out like a sore thumb right now. Smoke up to just make this a problem. Even covering off control. They have the they're just covering everywhere that they're not. Now the double door. And Era is going to continue to put down his line into the site. A smoke that was going to go down onto the bomb. It's the escape from RushB. Alliance, they're going to get a 6th in a row. And at this point, they're standing toe-to-toe on this nuke.
Terrorists win.
About time for a RushB tactical pause. That is where we certainly are. On using what they were able to drag past. Really has just been a tough blow for RushB's momentum here in the second half to go, and like poetically we know how that works out for them. But only have to be 5 more in a row by Alliance to keep them in a tie game. That's how close this has gotten. We'll see if RushB can't just close it out. Aggressive stances towards the lobby positions. Needing to really just guard off of this door. They're trying to close on those tight corners. Need 1 out of this deep. Flash is just gonna cover him. They get 2 kills out of this thing. Plays by RushB. Next decision by Alliance has got to be a good one. Do they go in or out of this thing? I don't even think they have it. Wait, 5-7 pull. Oh my god, Era! I don't even know what happened on his side of the screen. Nor do I want to, I think. Floods him in a 1v5. Doesn't want to give up the audio cue out of the single door. But what a statement put up by RushB. That's going to be 12 for them. And like we were saying, right, I mean, even at any time, they could just shut the latch. That would be just needed to do so. Pleasant hops around. 1v5. When does he get eyes on? Even if he will. 20 seconds ain't too bad of a peel either. And save this one AK to your squad. It's more so wanting to just keep yourself in that mood, ready to fight. Tick down on it with 10 seconds left. RushB have got 12 on it.
Counter-terrorists win.
Round 19, oh, round 19. Had 2 very dominant T-side looks by both of these squads. 10-2 half, 9-3 rather, there's nothing to harp about. It's really been Alliance showing them exactly what type of front that they have spending so long sort of practicing out twist to work for it onto Hero there. See him cross LHC inclination after the spam's back. Now they just break the back. Out of door. Right at the same time, you're coming down the vent. look at where Tixie is. He's gonna need to do more though. Down to the site, only man that could. Severs, and how does he sever all of the hope away and most of the HP alongside? 45 for Twist. Rather for Adam, 16 for Twist, and he goes down. It only took a 1 bullet and that missed. RushB better have enough gas in the tank to hold on to this third map. Same with Alliance. Don't count out Avid. Quiet member of this series. One of the lowest voices. One of the youngest guns. As he break this back, both of these players he does here are going to be gauging out of the vent, rather one of them. 2 kits. 1 pair. You've just got to separate. Down with an audio cue and just gonna be right on time. RushB are gonna be setting a series to this third map. We've got Ancient right here as the decider between RushB and Alliance after quite the brawl on RushB's map pick. Incredible work that they put up, and my goodness, I mean, it was some excellent work that, I mean, you had in between that second and third right to go. Gotta hold on to that to, you know, some degree, and I really don't even think that, you know, Alliance faltered to exactly the scoreline that they did. Looked alive there when, you know, exactly they needed to pump in something to go there. But I mean, you know, talking about everything that has been used in this series, right, it's gonna need to be put away for about 10 minutes longer. We've got a third map. We've got that Ancient just coming over the queue, so don't go far. We have got a third map all ready to go. It is an ancient that we have right at the pedestal of this series. A simple best of one, as we sort of spoke it up to be at the latter end of that nuke. And we're going to get straight after it underway. Here we are. Alliance. Let's see if they can actually put this up. Can they recover from the 13-6 that just came about? No souls on this B site indeed. For this RushB CT start. Forcing Hero to fight in the back lines. And boy, he can't even get there. And it's going to take the rest of RushB a while to land on the approach. There's got to be a bug of this somehow. And right now, he's getting all this information. He's going to be letting that Glock go. That's for first. And right now, he's got to get back to the site with the rest of the unit. All half of this bomb ticked. And a hit on the back. Smoke in the hands of Pinky, but he goes down. It's going to take somebody to pick that hit, go into the site and get this done to actually make it happen. Alliance, we fall into that pistol round, and in fact, that's their first pistol round of the series. Very impressive plays. No doubt about it from Alliance. RushB are going to be staring down the barrel, immediately challenging for a force buy back into this. You did see some life out of Alliance in that second half of Nuke, right? The T side really did get going. And if there was a strength for where that was on Alliance's Inferno, it was sort of all over the place. You really see them heading in to exchange that energy most efficient when it's most challenging to go. In those situations that would have the most pressure, this A site is all down to the and right now, it's a consider that is going to be done out of this close position. They were prepared for this. Spamming right through, but the Deagle's not going to get to it. Meanwhile, this house position has been taken by Pleasant, and he takes a nice stab as part of this defense. Goes ahead and, makes another cut. Pixie alone in middle with the Deagle falling on a donut. In an unfair fight. It's going to need to take a jaded step. Smoke up to cut off this cheetah line. Pleasant is going to try and cut out in time. There's a big shot out of this Galil, and there's Pleasant that is going to try and put himself up to shut down this force with an ace of his own. Pleasant Zinni across the line, and Zinni denies. Straight up to Kleins. Oh, and Zinni again.
Bomb has been planted.
A Deagle in like a ballpoint pen. Beautiful work out of it. Now I'm not sure it's going to be the pretty picture that would result in the full round. It'll just be a footnote in a second for Alliance, who shut down the force through their lurk. It's immediately tagged with that Deagle. I mean, in this whole inference, he's picked up a Galil, he even got a third Zinni. Literally don't face it. I mean, at this point, it's just giving up some beautiful cash money. Ooh, and even the AK force throws. I would say he's earned it. Great plays by Pleasant. Tracking him down. Practically all of the damage that was actually dealt to Zinni from that gunfight. But Tixie, we lose him. And now we go to a bit of a Tekkington pause. Love to see it. Third map. You're down by 2. And then you lose a player. Not the circumstances you would like to stand in. That is a factor. Hopefully it is nothing serious for our man Tixie. I mean, I can get into logistics aside, yada yada, but obviously just trouble around, his presence in the server. obviously is not going to be a comforting factor. He's back in honestly little time, and stuff like this does happen. One thing that I think has been excellent about Tier 2 lands coming back, as if I'm about to make this point with there being a world in which we live in a world of online tech issues, right? Somebody's mouse died. They gotta put new batteries in it. No, Tier 2 lands have returned to Tier lands. Tier 2 lands are notorious for having tech delays, whatever you call them. They'll happen. Sometimes you gotta wait for hours sitting in a LAN center to play those matches. You can name any circumstance. Draw it up as an excuse right now. But it makes a little difference. It's only round 3, and they are not going to get off of their seats quite quick. I mean, it is a big check into the man that just had to reconnect to the server. Tixie being called out early. The Lions get that middle control, and they stand on it. Out a close position when you know that the window member so precise in these Molotovs. Alliance favoring their reps side, really doing fun with their rifles along the way. The rifle that's being toted at the moment is that Mac 10 that Avid had picked up 3 kills on. But what is this smoke to put out? I mean, it is this next player from RushB right around the corner, which is the concern. They don't just barrel through it. They just reorganize towards the bottom of the ramp, and don't want to let this one slip. Shadows. First headshot. Could have been a double. Era hitting a much-needed trade. They're perfect. They're so clean so far. And that was about as good of a buy as RushB could have came up with in that round to begin with. Great work to keep it 3-0 on their T side to start. Run this down course. It's looking uphill by now. USPs on the way back. Rather included with the upgrades. Lions get a free A site. I turned that down. Only player that will be on the investigation is Twist. He is right up where he needs to be. There he goes. Come on. Give the old man some slack. Give him a couple of freebies. Not that he needs them. Hero wins a 1v1. The bonus. You could be getting 2 rifles out of this. Where'd that old AK land? Didn't go all the way down, thankfully for Tixie. Will be Alliance that pull up to 4, but will be RushB to pull up with pretty good buy in the next. Seemingly getting after it back in their own T-spawn should be these savers unmet, but Avid does make contact there as afar. No instant kill. Not sure Kiro is going to give him another go at that.
Terrorists win.
This Alliance group certainly coming together under the umbrella of the experience and where, honestly, their ancient reps kind of take a step up. It's a little bit uglier for them in comparison to RushB. But momentum's a hell of a thing, right? And when especially, speaking of the conversation that we were having in the game about exactly where that was left off on that nuke. RushB fans might be getting concerned soon. I think he needs to provide an answer for his team. And honestly, on the scoreboard starting soon, a tactical nuke dropped on the head of Zane. He goes down, and that is not the way that you want to start off your round. 40 seconds into it, sitting pretty, you're just straight up targeted. Easing this challenge of the cave play, here's a quirky little boost going on. How much do you see, Era? Nothing presented, but the longer he stays up, it's Executor that's just going to be rotating in back at the square, but poorly timed smoke, but he stays up for it. He sees the square just to the back of the obelisk on this site. Hero holding so patiently. And Era, at some point, you've got to give. But he just waits. And he can't be done. Just a away from taking off the scout. Now 20 seconds left. Alliance, they don't have the utility to force their way out of this B side, so they've got brute force their way up. They can't take this through. Bomb is about to be a fish in a barrel. Era gets that kill. But it was all dwindled on that boost that just did not go their way. They even lose the op. They know that twist has got to be close. RushB, they challenge late into that round to straight up get in time for their first. That's sitting on a man advantage. You picked out this B site to begin with. Alliance are starting to feel like they're doing too much there. About in round 5. Last bite. On the tail end, Arrow was 50. Just for the sakes, you gotta point that out. Not gonna be a good scene. It goes down right at the top of it. Be home for Twist. Starts going down onto middle. How hard do they check into cave? Don't get so much audio they're masked by the Molotov running away. Flash. Challenge. This is what RushB talks about in the play. That's literally come at a Kinky's court, but Era will score. Oh, the timing that you are presented, Pleasant. This is where he got in with 4 frags against the Thors initially. You're going to have to thread that flank. Eyes on trying to get back. Standing in the flames is Pleasant. That will just really tie up this round. They bounce back from the huge plays on B previously. But honestly, it's the huge plays in the late round, right? I mean, it took really great shots. But they just straight up take the fights that they are given. I mean, it's a huge play that, I mean, they identify through it's Kinky and Co that really can't come out on the better end, so much so that they're going to avoid the entire B play because of the damage that happens. And almost just paints a more vulnerable site. It's going to be so close. Damage to him indeed. 1 round off of plan, and we're back on the itinerary right on time. It's 5. Has now found. Alliance continue to streak on this T side, and I mean, keeping around, they got 6 on Nuke, so starting looking much better form. Timeout right now for RushB. I sure as heck hope that as soon as I point that out, not going to result in just the immediate curse, but the pickup for RushB looks inevitable, likely to call up into a more comfortable face. Are we seeing into a timeout real quick? RushB, a little bit slow off the block. Lost the competition for a couple of races short. Here goes Molotov winning. Takes a great defense alongside his site gets that second kill. Goes on to the AK, and you're trying to spray through. Era that's boosted up. One click of that scope, and it's all going to be revealed. We'll see if that close player is actually challenging this, but can't find Tixie on the cross. That is going to be an opportunity not presented to you again in the 3 versus 5. They're cloning this all out. Bomb is still on the back of up A. And the ramp is just going to be re-smoked 35 seconds again. Keep in mind there's 5 players up, and it's like the clock is a factor now. So many things are going to be put against you, but I mean, there's a clear respect, there's a clear line here. If only the bomb was coming through cave, you'd be able to secure a bomb list. Gotta fight for it. Oh my gosh. Twist and up A. This is not how it's going. Right now, this should be put to rest. And it's going to be the 2 versus 5 to stand the test, but he can't throw the needle. Hero's out of bullets. Switches to the sidearm, and he gets the defuse. Beautiful work there by RushB. A little bit of a clutch they have to put into, considering that was the 5v3. That's a no place for that to happen. But for some reason, it's still going to feel good that you're seeing those plays go. Not as clean as you would wish, but second bone added to the log. Going to be a huge accomplishment. Lions timeout fading. Now you got to find a way to let the good times roll again. Seems like it's got to get a little bit worse before it gets better. Big buy that's going to be back for Alliance. Again, it's going to be patience that's very important for that team. Be patiently walking his way back. This goes ahead and takes a peek. What is out here on this B lane? Soon enough, Tixie will get the surprise of the approaching members in the Hero AK. Oh, barely escapes right under his crosshair. Has to work for it. Knew he got him low, but upended. The smoke CT continuing to just roll. And he smoked 3 members of RushB. Zinni and Kinky. They hear the vulnerability and they don't give it up. It's Alliance. They just bench a huge amount of pressure right there and immediately throw the bar off of them. These hero plays work out. They are challenged, sure. They are not defeated. Discussion upon that one. Oh, we may be going a little bit longer into the pause. Oh, he's back. Welcome back, Tinny. Quick reimbursement. A little bit of our freeze time back, ladies and gentlemen, in case you missed it. Get to sit around for another moment. Why step down? Why play away from the challenge when there is 7 sitting on the other side of that point? Going for a couple of these initial peaks. A graceful jiggle back and forth to middle. With all of the control to this B side, it's just up to the ground of middle B. Full A execute. Only player that's not with them is Abbott, who continues to lurk. You hear all of this down, smoke deep in the donut. You know what that means. It's a fight that's going to have to go and right now, it's with the monster and the MP9 is going to cook. That's beautiful work, especially when the smoke comes down. But they barrel through it. Oh, a great trade that is presented to Era. But there is just more numbers here for RushB. They eventually tie them out. Abbott left alone, even at 15 health. Striking back over. Wins that fight. And RushB. A very nice play to usually what upends the CT side, right? When the real first A play comes through, it can be quite hard to defend. That time, RushB, they don't fret. They just stand strong and they deal how they please. The Glock on Era is pleasant. An AK and a Galil on up A and twist. Nice Tech 9. Interesting buy. Everybody's got to sit at about 2K. That's the point. One of these rifles was flirting with the idea of just walking straight out. Paging back and forth. Tixie falls to the floor. Delivers a smoke right back and twists with a great spray. Continues to fall back within the clip. Era's going to grab the bomb, and RushB's got to find finishing territory. He gets a great headshot. Kiro at the same time. Sight. Stuck in the smoke, but what is that from Kiro? Online right now. Cave into the cave. Keeps himself alive. He's not done in this round. 36 health. So tempting for Era to challenge this. But there's more. There's more to this. And Kiro picking up the M4 continues to roll. But it's Abbott that has been hero the whole time. Cornerstone of a round like this. Takes 2 1v1s and wins them. Now has the challenge to the scope. Did the most, and Kiro earned that title for a reason. He hops on the bomb and absolutely goes up and above to grab that 4th round. Ridiculous plays out of the cave defender. I don't know what that second shot is in the smoke. Equally as gracious efforts in the late attempt by Abbott, but just overcome. This first half has become a tale of kind of two ends. It's been RushB that has swallowed up all this momentum 3 in a row. With big plays like that, and a couple more volts down yet. see that lifts up RushB. Right here, I'll tell you the truth, RushB are on thin ice now. But so are Alliance. That's where you sit. Might be whoever walks out of round 11 victorious is getting 2 of these things. Interested in re-aggressing in cave. In-house. First is on to the op. That is not what you want to see. Era hits a very impressive one on that same bit. Smoke to refresh at the bottom of B. Just gives Alliance time to set up. Time to get the rotations! What a find by Tixie! In the house smoke. Not sure how exactly that goes down. But this either goes one way or another. Hold or just the done. The one and done by Zinni. There's nothing out of Tixie. It was so impressive to stay alive. Here goes an incendiary right to the back of the bomb. And just a little bit of a sweet treat with it. Nothing comes out of that nade, however. And right now, they know a lot. Right around this corner, had to get the elbow. And right now, it's 9 to go for it, but the Tech 9 and Kiro has 2 hero plays back-to-back for RushB. Hops on the bomb, and it's a 5th indeed, 4 in a row for the CT side. Oh, we're back. But still just hammering down that idea of the tale of 2 ends. You may just see it at a tight end. We called for the 2 in a row for whoever was walking out of that thing. A little bit more desperate on that Alliance side, and you can definitely tell. Twist the Mac 10. MP9 in the hands of Kinky. Very good altercation here in Cheetah earlier, but this one, he's all Swedish all day. Flash right down. Oh, it takes not like this. Terrible scenes out here for this site player. Go ahead and give me your util, man. I need it. Not in this. They were trying to toy with the positions as well. Valiant attempts, but a 7-5 likely to be the outcome of this man advantage bomb plant. Oh, Pleasant just so close to that spam. You know he's going to disrespect that smoke soon. Hero's back in the way. If there's any man that can do it, Hero would have to be involved somehow. I think 2 in a row in this site is enough. Alliance had just about that. Hero and his MP9. We know all too much about it. He comes in the way. No significant damage. 7-5 half. Alliance, they are tested there down the back line, but they still come out on top. They're shaking for a team that just won their first pistol in the series. Another coming up right now. That's the most important. Where RushB know they have consistent territory. There are 2 sides of this coin, and they were equally as intrusive. Need to harp on that perspective so much. A really great first half performance by this Alliance squad. No wits end about RushB either. Quiet factor in this is Executor, who I think we can expect a whole lot more from in the second half. RushB changing right to the offense at the moment. Let's see how this thing goes down. Second half starting now. This is exactly how you want to start it off. Lots in the hands of RushB. They're sending it. They are sending it. Oh, so quickly. Out to the cheetah position. This is where it ended. Right in the first half, where Kinky went down, set this all up. It's all in vain the entire time. Trying to spam on the way through. Picked up. Oh, and Kinky, he has the back end. He might have two. Another pistol round. 5 in the series. Damning statistic. By this RushB squad. This is enough. Twist. How does he go them and show them the iron fist? He's just hammered down on one. I don't think he's got that legendary thing about him. Gonna have to just play to rest. And RushB, they finished the job. Huge call by Kinky, huge frags as well to count out. Bro, they running up. Need to set a tempo. Either side trying to hit on that beat right now. Alliance challenge. Oh, they challenge. Takes through. Twist fight the bomb. And a lot more with it. Really can't take these gunfights with MP9s in that direction. Would take heroics. Lil found low health on Hero. The sight has just been his wheelhouse, but when he was blind, it was the most challenging. He came up with it. And it's a 2v2. Executor will go all the way back around to recover the bomb. Look at who challenges. And the Reaper this round the entire time. And forth from this to bomb. Now, facing out of the corner, it's an execution onto Tixie. 4K, Mac 10 seeing out, and it is Ramape. He makes 4 players pay, and Alliance win the force buy. You can read the footnotes of this series, excuse me. Read things like 5 pistols won by RushB. But when does it really matter? When the force is going to be challenged and then won. That factor not so consistent, right? This one going to have big implication of as to this administration is barred over. Pleasant. Oh, you know he wants to take these fights. You fight fire with fire. Force back from RushB. They're sending it down. Literally your throat. I mean, this is through the middle of the gills. Shot down. Up A. Kills in the last. Pop from behind. Kinky had another double. And it just is going to result in a round victory. There's no way in this back. No kit. It becomes that much wilder. 2 players down to 1 health. I think they'll be fine to sort of give the operation back where it belongs. $2v5 at the moment. Sending players into B. Can't force away these last couple MP9s, but that just might be showing some mercy. Alliance timeout. Because they've got to speak about how this one is now. More of finding the next stone or 2 on the path. They're realistic about their chances in round 16. They're about to get a whole lot back from a round like this. Oh no. Oh no. Doubling down. At this point, at an 8-7, it's a map 3. It's a make or break type of decision. We'll see if Alliance can get it done with a couple of Deagles, a couple of 9s for Moss, another 157 as well. Twist on that back end towards B. Only member present. This A-site crunch to be the long-winded recipe of the round. Just need some time to rise. Vaulting in. Era will have to make long-range plays here with his steady FAMAS. Now they are to go. Even contacting him from CT first. There's no inclination of Era actually. Now forced to fight and land on the pier. He goes down with 3 RushB frags in the meantime. Yet again, they have 2 MP9s. Do they decide to save them for the next round? Answer is yes. Low hopes, but high risk. High reward as well. You harp on the beginning of that statement. You put yourself to an 8-8. At that point, breaking the economy, getting a 9th round, being 1 round away from pushing to double digits is why that was just so appealing. Bomb's gonna go off.
Terrorists win.
We're in a tied game. Such an impressive back end from RushB. Back and forth they've gone. Winning a pistol, losing the force, winning their force. Keep themselves on top. After the first half had to be limited with respect on the back end to even hint to this, but they may get a quick look at it. Or even the most difficult approach. I mean, they just hit up the 1 MP9, but see how Abbott decides to swim. Stationed on the island all by himself. I'm gonna say Tom Hanks can manage. Maybe that's just in the movies. Bomb goes down. Tinky and Co. will force along an interesting one. I wonder if Twist throws his hand to it. Looks like he will. He'll be making contact here with Kiro. Sees the footstep. Owen just backs it up around. It's a headshot confirmed, and that's a second MP9 dropped. The rest of these players just have a couple of pistols, so they'll be treated accordingly. RushB will take the lead. He pull up the way to 9. He wants to get athletic with the MP9. He gets that down. Why he decided to borrow it. RushB, or alive against the Eco. Can't forget about the bomb plan, of course. I have a basis to put down the Swedish side on. Right now, they're giving their best efforts. This is a op in the hands of Kiro for what I am calling the first time in the second half. So, I mean, ancient T-side opping is just, I would say, low on the totem pole. How much impact that can have. Nathan's gonna go far. West killed. And Executor! Look at this! Pops out of the box. Just like Jack. But this time he's not so nice. And RushB, you tell Alliance to think twice about playing for middle just in the way they did. Got up Bogdan. Swapping over the op. Avid checks into an empty middle. Finds nothing out there. A long-winded affair. Something that is going to be sticking out so far. The most veteran of the Swedes, Twist, to go ahead and really put on spice to the end of this round. It's a continue to boil over. RushB forcing down the clean from Avid, and it is 2 for 2. And Alliance defend. They have a 9-9 scoreline, and this Ancient just keeps getting sweeter. Multi-kill after multi-kill. Hero still on the hands of the op, decides to rebuy it. Been so effective on the rifle in this series as well. Something to be considered. Something to fully put your press on. A little bit of a smoke snap there by Peter. Kill. Abbott on the way back. Continues to crack glass. Nothing. He will get permanently away with that 1 kill, and he should be happy with that. 26. Uppa's down at 34, taking a beating in this early round. 3 players holding up into the B site, rather A for Alliance. They're going to be sending in Uppa on that lapel, and Kinky around the corner. He gets him with the dink, and one more bullet for Kinky, and he could be down and out. Finds his way to the scope on that very factor. Oh, but Twist, if he has time. Oh, but if Kinky, the correct approach. Bit greedy for deciding to go for that fight. But he punishes. It works. That's the call. Go back to A right now. Make it seem like that's what the thought is. They just burn closer to the sun right now. They are going middle to B on this approach. Smoke into CT. And Avi just had a 2K that held them alive. First player, low HP offer, but Zinni just holding mouse 1 around that corner, does the dirty work, and now RushB is going to have another post-plant opportunity. One of you 2 for Aaron out. Flash on his belt. At times ticking fast. You can hear that beat. Maybe fights at the end of the day, but yeah, but they're won by that T side. Continuing holding their bases. 2 in a row on their ground. Even if Alliance threw their heads at it the best they could. Rather that one back from the huge round of Avid. Alliance at a forest that was cut off, indeed. Complicated economy in the second half. They're just down to these pistols now. 50 up. There's a Molotov on the other side in the same end, and Tixie confirms that kill person. Even Kiro is going to be catching the momentary peak of Twist. Holding strong upon it. Here goes a quick smoke to really just try and open up shop around. Quite daunting. Go ahead and line their pockets. Era spamming on the smoke. Had to be a deagle somewhere. They have not found it yet. You figured that was your suspect. It certainly was not. All right. Getting it going with the pistols. It's 2 in a row. No way. Are we deciding the end of the game like this? Has to be through this dude. Has to be through Pleasant, and it's just not. 11 rounds for RushB, but they give it a great try at the end, and they only leave 2 members survive, rather alliance of RushB. Survive and keep this going for their own personal gain. Is it going to be so clean for 12? That's the question indeed. A timeout to give a little bit more discussion to this. But at the moment, those are the plays that are going to have to be decided. The 1-0 stage of our closed qualifier, ladies and gentlemen. And look at the quality of games of which we are getting. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch it with you. Of course, this ball coming out of Blue Bay. Gotta be the top of your charts. Sangle, especially within this unit. Something to consider. Quits holding long range. The entry, but just off of his mark for the timing. Clean entries up for RushB on what was a contact play. Clock goes down to Era. Holds long range. They cannot find the planter, but Kinky's so low. This gets out so easily. Or RushB, they decide to make their own fate. Can't really blame them for trying to really make it happen. Needed more space and wanted the security of Cave. Single HE for Zinni. Shots here by Zinni. The Texi puts up the pace. Try and land up the spam and won't have it. Takes a long way around and all 5 of the Lions can approach to the next.
Counter-terrorists win.
Beautiful scenes. You had out of that look. Alliance with huge numbers that they actually line up to guess. An interesting force. It's a couple of pistols that have to just line their way to the 2K mark. Executor dies down. Pleasant tries to drop the second. This is the Hero AK that was bought up, but literally his opponent. That's not going to stop the man from dodging the 50 cal. Up A is going to need to put up an interesting defense here. Molotov going in deep. If RushB can work this out, it's for 12. And that right there is nightmare fuel. 0 to put in the digits right here. Now you challenge it. Oh, but look at how low the health gets. Players pressed in to this donut spot. It's got to be light comes out of this option. And he does get one. Texi with a second. There's a player with a pistol here down the site. He's actually picked up the video. Pressure on. But it is the pressure on from CT. They somehow make it work. It is everything that they pull across. They decide that they deserve this 12th round. No matter what scraps, they have to pull together to prove it. This is now a timeout taken by RushB. They want to finish while they still have the upper hand. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, that this is not even close to done with what we had today. I would say a juicy series like this is, you know, I know we had a team pull out of the tournament. So obviously the first game today was a forfeit in the favor of Sangal. So this series being as incredible as it has been, no surprise to anyone. The universe has given us. Makes sense to me. Can RushB finish well ahead? Are we going all 24 like we did on Inferno? Kills. Right back to him. defense. They are looking sharp. They want to go further. And right now, Texas Alliance into those bullets. He gets mowed down. Look at the health on Alliance compared to RushB's. Contact made through cave. It is the hero, but he's not going to be expecting the second player on the bomb site. Why would he? It's Arrow that's going to have to make a notice. Hero, can he make another hero play? No scope. Oh my god! Hero does it with two! Chopped it off! Kiro does it with insane scenes! Kiro, what a hell of a play to finish out this series for RushB. They go 2-0 here in Group A, and you're going to be putting that one right on the bulletin board. What the hell was that? What am I watching? This is simple level trajectory on Cash. Like, that was not something I've seen before. I can tell you that. I know for sure. Goodness gracious. RushB, they survive in that series. They run it back in the reverse sweep. It takes them all 24 rounds on that Inferno. They go ahead and teach him a lesson on Nuke. And right there, that Ancient was everything we needed it to be. And I don't know if we're handing out MVPs for close qualifier games, but Kiro, oh my gosh, I'm gonna be handing that to you personally. You're definitely gonna be on for clutch of the day, or honestly where we've had in season 1. I don't know if that's too high of a bar yet, but you've certainly just raised it, my man. RushB with an incredible series. That was great looks. The Swedish squad fought so hard as well. We're definitely outmatched on that Nuke. That is no question. But right now, when you go in to see where RushB can lie in that catalog, right? It was that Nuke that favors them so heavily. I mean, we didn't really know which way this Ancient was going to go. I mean, that's why it popped up in that third map. But, I mean, could have closed a little bit sooner on that Inferno. It's Alliance that ends up challenging it. You get the performance that you desire out of the picking team. So there's really no complaints here. But it really does give, I think, some more props to that RushB squad for looking so solid throughout the entire series. But like I said, that's just our third series of the day. We're going to take a quick refresh on our part, but then get these Friars revved up for Sashi versus the Kazakhstani squad of Rage. That's going to be 1-0 stage over in Group B. So don't go far. In about 10 minutes time, we're going to have our fourth and final best of 3 of the day.
Blindsided, I trusted, fell for you. What a stupid thing to do. Blindsided, high hopes, but they fell away the moment you lied to me.
All right, so I hope you are not sick of the action yet. We got one more best of 3 for you this evening, and it is a sweet one. We have Rage, the Kazakhstani team, facing off against the Danes of Sashi. Beautiful work that we have going into the rest of our day today, but we're going to be checking out Sashi here as we immediately get into it. These Danes have been on the grind for a while together. Used to don different jerseys over on Espionage, but they were transferred under this unit a while ago and have been rocking it out. Lucky, Iceberg, and Cabby have been absolutely putting in the work. Lucky and Iceberg have been at it for a long time, saw each other a couple times back on Trick, so it's very important to have that op IGL connection. You know, we talk about it in cliche terms, but really here that's a strength. Cabby as well has been a very consistent rifler to the squad, went from ecstatic to Espionage to, you know, go ahead and join these boys in his path. But obviously Zyphon, a name that you've seen around, definitely in the scene, made 2 majors with the Copenhagen Flames, right? Another with Sprout, but obviously transfers in from that Team Solo Mid project that unfortunately disbanded. But Zyphon, a big name here, and I mean, he's already done a lot at, you know, a young age, so shout out to Zyphon. And obviously you see your man to the very right side, Becky, comes in and officially replaces Altix, but obviously replaces Nico, who is standing in for this squad and is said to be obviously transferred in from Preezy and have said to have been, the quote, the biggest transfer for the organization yet. So the biggest transfer that Sashi has put on in this org's history was to get this 19-year-old rifler from Preezy. So I'm excited to see what they are all about. They've been doing well in other events and are obviously led by the illustrious Hunden, right? So that's all well and good. Take a look over on the other side. We'll flippity flop and you'll be seeing a couple of names that you may not be so familiar with. This Rage squad has been, you know, a nice mix, a fallback core, and not a sponsored team, right, to go ahead and get these mixes, get these VRS points, potentially find that sponsor, get that support as an organization. But you may be familiar with 42NA, who was an opper that posts very nice results. Saw him for a while with the Game Agents, but it was Oxygen that previously did team with 42NA over on My Skills. So there's little connections between this roster who have all 2 played together. There's a big unit in this coming from Spray Jitsu, where Oxygen, 42NA, and Eldoreza did all play together. So it is an interesting unit when you do see them all together. And obviously, the fattest Yoshi, ready to see that guy in the server for all the wrong reasons. So it's going to be a great one as we get down here. These are the 1-0 spots that we had got down, and you do see into the veto now. It is going to be a Mirage. You get to see an Inferno again, and then an Anubis if you well and need it. Mirage is going to be the pick of Rage, and then Inferno, obviously, some home turf of Sashi. You've seen them on it a couple of times, but yesterday it was Sashi, rather Rage, that did get the forfeit win to make it to the 1-0 program, whereas Sashi had to work for it, right? I mean, it's not like Rage decided not to play the game. It was more so Ruby that didn't had a conflict within another tournament that obviously, you see sprinted in. Rage will have fresh legs into the CCT, and Sashi will onto the CT of this Mirage that we will be getting underway here just right now. This Mirage Inferno 1-2, obviously not a complete stranger over and well to this Sashi side. Bring firepower. They bring the former lucky star of Astralis, right? Good line. Shout out to Crony. Goat. I can glaze wherever I want on this stream. As Lucky may post that type performance, has been a very consistent member for this bunch. Heads above the rest. Now Lucky will stand the test. Let's try and put him away. Gabby will hold on to Mouse 1. Becky and Iceberg get in on the action as well. Sashi, they put a quick end to that pistol play out towards A from Rage. With a range of age and experience on the Sashi squad. Full Danish unit. Shows a lot of promise. Especially when Denmark needs those type of teams to start developing. I mean, I'm gonna stick it to you straight, right? Somebody's gotta come up and join Astralis. Make that John a little bit better. But unironically, Sashi been building their own infrastructure. That is loving captain in this series. Just specifically because of that name, Sashi. Oh, they're going to be loving this right now. 2 easy peasy rounds. Expecting more out of Rage. It's just the pistols and, you know, what was honestly, excuse me, an illustrious attempt out A when they were just challenged. Sashi, they get 2 in a row. This Mirage, though, will be upright. Happy to take aggressive play. Haven't been around in the scene, we all know that. See if he can show the horns right so quickly. Skate out of middle without causing too much permanent damage to their CT side. The knowledge about that is scarce. Oxygen down to 16. Obviously, we mentioned static espionage. Join this core that then joined Sashi. Worked out a couple of 4ths and 5ths. Now we're sitting with the real thing. Cabby, breach and clear. Oxygen goes down to Nade. Refreshing up at the top of con smoke. This time, it's fully defensive. Wait, they just pop out and just absolutely rat her right out. Becky, you're at the safe side. Beckham's gonna have to be on the way. They're right around these corners, and they're taking their sweet time. Yoshi, bomb in hand, and he's gonna lose it. Dropped right to the feet of Becky. Young man, how does he just play and stay alive by the time? Fortuné has a nice shot. Dodging back and forth. Has to try and make this one doable within the time frame. 15 seconds, and then you peek into Lucky. Didn't get so much as yourself. 5 frags. The young Dane right now. Only at 22 years old. Has done a whole lot in his career. Obviously was part of the last Astralis unit that made the major. This is coming off as like a dissing Astralis stream. Been quite popular recently, unfortunately. But I know it's been within conversation. Obviously, COVID happened. That's a big point of that piece. But when saying out loud that the organization has missed 5 in a row, definitely a daunting task. For all of Denmark, I know how it feels in North America. That's some I'm not looking for any sympathy. Maybe you should be sending some of the rage right now. Not looking pretty. That is Yoshi. Oxygen goes down. This is Sashi, who are not taking any prisoners today. He takes an aggressive play out middle, had the same spawn that Cabby did to take advantage of a situation like this. Finally got the op in this man's hands. Relift gets a nice shot from under Con. Cabby just holds on the middle, 8-1 so far. It's been a farm for Sashi. The opening kill now goes the way of Rage. This is how they turn it around. Abby is just breaking the rules right now. Not sending it too far, but just close enough to hear the audio cue. Execution. Right now, you're at a 4v4, so seeing that, heard that Rage was headed towards the safe site. Sending out and about. Contact made on the AWP player. But look at how Zyphon goes for a double. Now Tech 9. And an AWP and a 1v3. 35 seconds. Try and do something. Likely save away. Perched up angle right now. Sashi, do not send it through the A ramp. You get a respectful amount of room. Just at the back of Palace now. You should see one save neck over. That will be the desired result for them. The time ticks down.
Counter-terrorists win.
5th round will pop on the board for Sashi. Like his mouse spun out there. Put new batteries in it. That's what I said. That was sarcasm. Oh, goodness gracious. Sashi, they've got 5. And we have got to poke the bear, see if Rage is actually alive. The opening kill that they did get, and they get 2 in a row. Let's see if they can go see Doe fully on the floor and actually get out the first round on the board. 1 through the first 6 would definitely be better than nothing. Loud shot that gets up. Need to go back in that direction. And Rage at this point, not only in their first gun round seeing a better send, that was when they were put to a bitter end on that A side. 5 versus 3 right now. Cabby with a huge headshot. He's been keeping this ship afloat for a while. He's the only man that is going to be able to actually defend this side. How many more can he add to the pile? The answer is 0. 2 versus 4 right now, and he'll have to take a huge, lucky couple of shots. This one down. A peek all the way into window. Guess who's next door? Lucky close. Lucky oh so close. Oxygen walking around. Actually gonna find the awaiting Dane. Oh. The rude Tech 9 back in the face. 1 round put up on the board by Rage. Finally do it in the first 6. a row by Rage. He just lock right on. Another aggressive play back by Sashi. Any difference you can feel. There's a Molotov that's going to be piping past. Just a smoke to the bottom of connector right now. Shows itself at the same time. Siphon looks see-through. It's getting anything from that in actuality, but here comes a bit of a refresh into window. How far does this one go from Cabby? Did he actually the look? Information seemed to have been a mystery, but there goes Lucky on a spam. Go back, and right now it's Siphon that's going to be found by LA. Right now it's Becky put on an island, and that island is on fire, being covered in bullets. Not a livable habitat, if you ask me. Cabby and Iceberg waiting around. Iceberg headed to CT. Hasn't had a whole lot to do as the B anchor. Let's see what he's got for it. Cabby's got a smoke. It is a 2v4. Cabby has been awfully patient about this position. Waiting for the potential exit through connector. There does get one, but LA instant trade. That bomb goes off.
Terrorists win.
Delays it with a pretty good couple of kills. Been working that consistently on that T side. Measured approach out here by Sashi. Can invest where they need to. Oh no. Equilibrium on the graph. Oh my gosh. Let's get way out. Shot line. Make sure that is the way you win. But oh, it's really hard to go ahead and get a kill in that position. Fish in a barrel, trying to crouch out. But now the Deagles are going to reorganize. Keep in mind that Iceberg is in this direction. And you go ahead and hit just at the right time. Taking an awfully long way to do it. Well, it's spotted out of the smoke, and Fattest Yoshi has got that kill. That's why he's earned that title. Big kills. Oh, big moments now. Lucky. 1 and 2. Deagle in hand for 2-A. Just going wild on that op. Beautiful work for Rage. They've got a second in a row. Rage are now showing their strength. Just had to get within the tempo of this game. Didn't get to play their first round matchup and been active elsewhere. Becky with that opener on A. Lareza takes that all the way up the back. Relift swings it back and 3 kills at the same time back by Sashi. B3 for the Opper now. Headed back in the direction that Iceberg is literally a landlord of. Forced all the way in the apartments. Can't rent there. Let's go somewhere else. From real estate over towards Palace. 45 seconds. There's enough time to do something with this. this op has meant a lot to this T side, and yeah, he will turn back just to hold on to this thing. 25 will tick, and Sashi will get their 6th. But I do correct, it was 3 in a row. They did get, and now it's being cut right off. It's being Rage's map pick. Obviously going to be hard against any team like Sashi. Get this CT side look. Kind of a conversation we've had a million times. Sashi has more experience playing against better teams on this Mirage. Even if their win percentage is not perfect. Far from perfect, actually. Still got good reps. That's where Rage do lack. Relif has gotten some good work in connector. See if he can connect for sort of a distraction. You see the rest of the team looking to just pop on B. There goes a market window smoke, and you know where the approach is going to come down. Iceberg has just got it ducked away, and Gavin is successful. They're taking 1v1s, and that's never a good idea to do against these players. Iceberg, now going to be floating around, is just going to be dying behind the smoke, and Reza has the kill. Now bombs away, and right up to Reza. He's not affected by it, but Fortune, let's see if he can do it. Up south, right, go ahead and tap, but it's Becky to put the final slap down. Sashi, they have a 7th round. They avoid the B play. And it's really perfect on the parameters. Cabby with a huge hold. 3 players survive. Molotov into the steps. Now Rage will just quietly come marching in. Siphon. That's about in the mag for one more. Gabby, Becky, they come in and look swift. And man, I mean, my compliments to Becky so far. Looking awfully self-sufficient here as an anchor in a honestly, a responsibility to play those type of spots at such a young age. Big ups to him. Comes over from Preezy, and it's like a glove for Sashi. It's been really clean rounds in those instances for Sashi as well. You see that in the frag categories back by this Rage team. And the players that do expect to step up are, besides Fattest Yoshi, one of the higher rated members, the 2nd highest. Right to the window. Can't convert, and Abby does get that's one the spam players in it, and Cabby another multi-kill round. These 2 players out of A are just distracted by it. Now here's another opportunity where you've got to hold on to the AWP, do something with it. Of course, he has got to go out with dignity in this first half. Rage on their map pick are just being schooled by Sashi. Copenhagen Wolves are out of this thing. And Ruby knocks them out. That was earlier today. Send somebody else. Do that one stage. Beautiful plays out here by Sashi. They're making their argument to go to the top of the charts. It's a pretty dang good one. So clean through that half, and really the conversation becomes if Rage can somehow turn this on with the CT side. It'll make a bit of a charted notice. It's an Inferno that's next, and you have to sort of see the symptoms that are viable to stand on a map like that as the series goes along, and this first half has not given me a lot to believe in. Do think we do slide into a brief technical pause. Everything should be good and well from the Sashi unit. They lean into the next. Pissed around. Now called up. And Sashi, they absolutely melted Rage in the previous. Error set of utility. Dropped over by Iceberg. Cabby. It's over 2 middle with the Molotov in hand. Life alongside with him. On the investigation is this AWP player. Iceberg is just gonna delete him. This B site is gonna be online now. It's a tempoed approach. They have to wait for their middle players to catch up so they can weather the storm. Hopping. Oh, he's absolutely dropping up where he's bomb about to go down. Relift with a huge headshot. Relift with 2. Can he make it a third? Cabby is gonna get traded out after his big frag. Oxford, 2 pistols, deal 2 players. Now they just duck and dive around, and it is the youngest member of Sashi who joined on the biggest transfer yet for the organization, over from Freezy, and he's looking dang clean here in this first official that I'm seeing him. Timeout here by Rage. They don't have a coach, but time for Hunden to sound in if he so wishes. But not a whole lot to talk about right now. On the problem side for Sashi, advice just got to be continue to play ball. Iceberg, not asked to do a whole lot. Let your IGL go and farm some Ecos. Take some aggressive fights. That's a possibility that Sashi could be facing into, though. At this point, if you're Rage, you've got to buy in. Streaking up middle. That's something you see every day. And it's walking away. B-site play. Relift is there. How many can he actually manage? Coming out and fighting with him. Troops are where they need to be. Strength in numbers. And awfully strong. Lucky only one right now. It's going to have to be Zyphon to go crazy. Zyphon 1v4. Has to work around it. 35 bullets in the Galil to do it. To add up to 16 kills. All bodies are here on the site. And El Reza takes a square up 1v1 with the rifles and comes out on top. That's a big win by Rage, who win on their force. Now we could make this a bit more challenging of a contest through beginning of the CT half. You got a big buy upon it. Now Sashi are the team that are forcing. Headshot confirmed by Lucky. Knocks back and forth. Now with this Deagle up into the approach, he picks up a rifle. See how much damage Lucky's actually able to do. Sneaks through a smoke. Now going to be right up where he needs to go. Keeps through the hole. He's going to find Munch. Yoshi, other side. MP in hand, and he's gone down. 59 seconds to keep track of. And a gunfight taken 1v1 again. Won by El Reza. When they have needed him the most, he has stepped up. One man perched up from this bench position. Now with the rifle, Gabby's just going to be executed. Rage 2 in a row, and they finish it on the B site. Back to back. It was a nice check-in with that Deagle. But Lucky could have extended this thing a little bit further. Even if that, fight does go to be, a labored force. The thing you have to keep in mind is that Lucky would have really had a hard time kind of waltzing forward in that round ahead of that with the low HP. Blocksters now for the Danes. How do they scramble back to the top of the charts? It's going to be one way through A to just go ahead and try and cause some trouble. They're aware of a possible lurk. You should always keep that back in your mind on underpass. Nothing away. Gotta be a loose link somewhere. And Rage do a go ahead. Take that round. I don't actually know when Yoshi died. I think it must have been in that initial ramp engagement, but he comes out with 2. Now Sashi, you're going to get this buyback, though. It is bare bones. I don't know that I can call a 5 AK buy bare bones. Really light on the utility, however. Seem unfair. Usage of these tools in hand. Team 7. Iceberg. Not able to do much himself, making huge calls. Nice pressure play right here is catching Rage off guard. They're taking space where they need it. Into CT they go. Oh, the player just spotted, trying to sneak out of market. That's not going to go well for you. Relith is going to have to find another direction. Angle around. Siphon with a kill like that. Can't even go for this round any much longer. This man is the absolute reaper in middle. Why are you lurking around here? No kit. No kit. He's just been spotted. Does get some more damage down. That will be actually not entirely meaningless. That is financial damage. Bombs up. And it's 11 rounds that will erupt for Sashi on their opponent's map pick. Oxygen with some great moments. I have seen him with another series here, a bit quiet. Running out of chances on this Mirage for Rage. Luckily a big buy right here they're gonna have, so. Challenging Sashi straight up. Beautiful performance weaving out of Gabby. 22 frags. He's playing with him back and forth. So spams side to side. Can't seem to turn the cog. Expert sniffing the smoke. Can't entirely get through it. They just wait. Oh, but this is El Reza just gets jacked. Right next to the board. Becky makes next. Smoke out of CT. Sashi is gonna dig through walls. It is the bear that mauls. You get the horns back from the bull of Sashi. Pretty sure that's got it. They see 4-2-A on the way out. Trying to save CG. Oh my gosh, just dunked on by Cabby. Trying to save this up for your life. You know, already on to the notice of the apartment's play. They're going to be well in action. Hit some flashy shots here, and it's going to require more than one. Sashi gets 12. Considering it's 4 out of life for them. At this point, it's just a notice of success. Kind of a line that they hold high. For Inferno up next, being Sashi's turf. Ruling the important ones. Oh my gosh. Being dinged through the wall. Deep through connector. That great trade. A Razor with a nice pick. He gets out of it. Bomb about to be picked back up here through middle. In a little while since I feel like I've spoke the name of Lucky, who is going to be lurking out at us. Yoshi with his dualies of all weapons. May have just been spotted by Lucky. He dawns into that corner. A couple of players seen. And Becky just hops right in to ladder. He's going so very far. Lucky's got to press on the gas now. Gets a big kill. Now things are starting to happen. Big flank all the way through A now. As the bomb approaches. Fattest Yoshi. For them, he works out. Beautiful work. Time to go down here. A huge flank you got to keep track of. And luckily enough, it's the low HP player that's not going to have to fight. With that respect, oh, but Iceberg seems to be aware of something happening, and he's just deleting him, regardless of the 16 health. That would have been an execution. Final chance for Rage in their map pick. Start a comeback. Put something on the board. 6 rounds is what they muster. Nothing for the bomb. Gonna have to be a 10-second. That's stuck. But right now, that's a kill. And right now, there's no bullets in it. That is Yoshi. There might not be enough time. There is not enough time. Sashi, 13-6 without Rage's map pick. Beautiful work that they actually end up dealing in clean fashion. It was a 13-6 that you had on the map pick of Nuke in our first series of RushB's turf when, you know, they were absolutely turning it around. So it was a great moment for them to actually step into the process and, you know, really show that all the way out. Our second map in this series is going to be Nuke. So when we do lent up into that Nuke, or excuse me, into that Inferno, being the map pick of our squad of Sashi, I think that's going to be maybe a part for what's looking to be a bit of a troubling series for Rage. And it is happening to be a challenging look for what happens to be a squad thrown together, you know, playing a lot here sort of towards the middle of April. Obviously, you know, happy May, everybody. Here we are, and are looking a little bit troubled versus Sashi. But that's about it. They have to look to climb up a very tall mountain, and that first step is taking it to Inferno. We're going to be back in just about 10 minutes time, so don't go far. Well, we return to Sashi being up 1-0 after a 13-6 victory they put up on Rage's map pick of Mirage. We head on to Sashi's turf. That's particularly Inferno, where, I mean, we know they are quite strong, right? So wondering if this is going to be a speedy process for them or not. I mean, it's not really up for debate. We're going to be seeing if Rage is going to be able to, really go ahead and challenge into that narrative that, is a little bit more challenging, right? Just straight up. It's their map pick. It's their Inferno, right? I think if, Rage are to come in this with, a little bit less practice, a little bit less of that nuance on that Mirage, then, he was either going to glow up or kind of show exactly where it did, which, even for, I think where the strengths was a little bit inspired by exactly how that was getting down. So I think when we run this back, it's going to be an interesting look into see if Rage has those layers. And let's start to peel them back right now. It's an Inferno we're getting off to. Sashi on the T side. Rage to get that defensive look. Obviously had to work the majority of that on their Mirage offensive unit. So maybe getting the prolonged approach here is going to be nice. Sashi were 2-0. And their pistols over on Mirage. We'll see if they continue to be 100% shooters. Check into Banana. Now they gotta work their way back to this A side. 3 members of Rage do happen to stand in line. Actually see into this. You get down right now. Shots put up. Molotov already gonna be putting Oxygen in an uncomfortable position. Oh, Yoshi tackled with the fight. Eliminated quickly. Sashi looks to look at another pistol with this post plant. It does look to succeed. Great shots immediately put down. But right there, it's looking to teeter back in the direction of Rage, clearing out this bomb site and knowing that it's all going to be coming from Big Pit, that is. Lucky that's going to have to come up huge, and he's got this first silent shot, has to get the angle, can't exactly make it, but right now, on the bomb, it's Relief, and Lucky's got the headshot, not enough time for El Reza, he's got 4 kills, but he's got no pistol round for him.
Terrorists win.
Great shots. Rage have to even deal to make that possible. Hand in hand. Reza just takes 1 shot by Lucky. Go ahead and get that peek down. So much you actually have to do. Play bodyguard, get that kill. Too much to ask. Too much to ask. Maybe an upgraded pistol or 2 for Rage, but we're done with that 4-spy game early. We'll just be Sashi to give this a good go. Feel around. Looks to be the immediate peak by the 5.7 Kevlar that garnered so much money. Allowed this easily garnered by Siphon and Lucky to finish it off. Oh, and now Becky's going to go ahead and farm. Rule of thumbs to stay out of that apartments when you know the pistols are up. He does. And it pays off for him. So connected shot there. Becky is going to get a 3rd. This P250 stands around. And will likely just set up shop. About to be some dangerous people in this territory. You are just going to be stomped out. Iceberg with the Mac 10. All 5 alive out there from Sashi. This time, it is clean and controlled. lot of attention given to Banana by Sashi. That's no surprise. It's that element they also do not want to lent up. Not exactly giving out those leads for free now, are they? Forced to. There's a shot over to Relive. And they continue to push this onto the pressure. Lucky with a great trade again. Went a little bit quiet there in that first half. I mean, there were so many contenders up for Rage during that time. Give more contention to this B side to give a little bit more help. Right now, he's going to need something about it, and Iceberg just goes through the CT smoke. Is not going to be letting anybody live on that Rage side. Not even a really bad timing that finds oxygen right there. I will feel for him on that matter. Expected Sashi's dominance, and you were getting it. That's that first gun round batted down right at the net. To walk it forward, a huge headshot. 5-7 gets onto Gabby. Had an insane first map. Using these pistols as they continue to recycle the smokes. They can't really give that firepower emphasis back because it simply does not exist at the moment. Or masking that with as much utility as possible. One M4 that remains on the board, however. Smoked. Molotovs going to be raining down. Players. They're going to have to get a move on. Iceberg's got a double entry. Iceberg has really been out to manage any and everything that has been dealing through this B lane, and he's been taking care of it easily.
Bomb has been planted.
Rifles get to survive. And bomb ticks down for Rage. Again, unsuccessful. But they can build some economy here when they intended to do so in the half buy, right? It's not as much damage as they intended, but, you know, there's an underbelly to that, which is saving the guns, and they get to sort of run this back a bit with what they did have equipped. Rage's 3 players here towards this B side. That's being relifted. Try and set them up for these plays. Another 4-2-A on that A side is holding up Arch. Some hold in utility. It's Rage right now. Oh, and they hear a couple of jumping bombs from Sashi. How do they fight for this? So close is this M4, but these entries have just been so clean from the IGL. Another one down there through that B lane and a man advantage, and they go over to that A site. Just became a little bit thinner. Killless is oxygen right now, and we need a response from him. We absolutely need it. Been missing it for a moment here. setting it up. A quick little moto smoke put up. And it's not the B wrap they're considering. We're just gonna barrel through this moto smoke. Catch him by surprise. Second cover, rug is here in lane, and that's when the rug is pulled. 30 seconds left. Bomb about to be planted. There's going to be a retake attempt here of some kind. They split up, and that makes it less likely, in my opinion, that the intention is to win the round here. I mean, no kit. A little bit of utility, so good luck. There'll be a 5th for Sashi. And again, they're sitting with 4 alive. That's why they're so close. They want to change that factor, and they will. Relift finds 2 low HP players. Would need a 10-second defuse, so this is really not feasibly doable. These last 2 bodies should be able to save and pit. Maybe not Cabby. Planted all the way at the back of the site. Sashi that get 5 rounds, 2 guns saved over. Rage is starting to take more control of this banana. Back and forth, this pendulum swings. More and more, they intend to fight for that part of the map. Sashi leaned towards the opposite. MP9s will definitely go ahead and take a bite out of Sashi if they're blowing open these smokes home. Or right at the bottom, it's Siphon who has just the right posture just for Fatasioshi. MP9 to send it through. Oh, but it's awfully close again. Another shot down. The MP9 continues to pile up the bodies. And the bomb just has to make a decision as to where it's headed. Becky finds his lurk. It's headed towards A, and he does. But the op is here. They ignore it. Oh my gosh. I mean, Siphon doesn't even give it a second thought. Sees, kills. And they do well on that Sashi side. The quick difference made up. Sashi's still perfect. Looked that way to start out Mirage, but there was one round through the first 6 that Rage were able to conquer in that first half. Are not seeing that hope here. And another uninspiring buy. Oh my god. We have down 20. Fire Haas. Gotta be able to resist that. Cabby tries to take a free kill. Can't finish the job. Already that CT smoke is up. Gonna draw this attention back. It was the ace stack. And they get that kill, so bomb not absolutely in the hands, not right around the corner for being planted. They don't quite believe their luck. Becky, another huge kill. This young gun is just farming them in apartments. Even 5 minutes. Last good luck. Sashi. They're just taking all the oxygen out of the room right now. No room to breathe for Rage. This is just completely diabolical from Sashi to be this dominant. Becky has only gone down once. Molotov. Taps on the Fatasioshi. They do embark on him back. The Cabby sways back and forth, and that's just brief. Organizing top of banana. Bomb down right now. These rifles just in the station and just at the right time. Big kill. Great. That was an ingredient that was common to success on Mirage. Surprise, surprise. The man advantage, the lean back B, expected play to happen here, and they are correct. One foot in front of the next. Sashi have dealt with worse. Their luck is finally going to get back up to them. Becky with an opening kill. That one's blind. Cypher can't really say that statement is raining true. Lucky with a huge headshot on the fattest stage. Box control is one. With 12 seconds left. Is this op going to try for a game-changing play? Siphon going to go for the plant now. No stealable kill. It is stealable on Lucky. And right now it's Siphon that gets 2 on 12 health. No stopping the Siphon. Continuing to siphon the life out of Rage. It is no stopping this man. 8 in a row. And Sashi have never been knocked off their plan, not even once. The itinerary been perfect. And they're looking to finish the first half that way. They need something about this to put some respect on their name. Aggressive is the game, and this look like they're gonna win. Not that section. Cabby. Ooh, this could be Rage's round, but we have to be here through the retake because they win those trades. Lucky all the way into sandbags, has a Molotov and all. But Oxygen looking to just broadly clear it. Decides not to right at the end. And oh, Oxygen going through the motions. And he is sent drowning in the ocean of an 0-9 scoreline. Plays like that will underline the behavior of this series and how it has gone. Lucky will just stand top on the charts. Beautiful work. 10 for his personal banter. And this has just been all of Sashi's turf. No room to give any of it up. Oh my god. Burned it to bits. Grilled straight up. Barbecued in that corner, and he just got sauced. This is crazy. Sashi, what to be a dinner reservation? Or they are giving this freaking time about as quickly as they can come up for it. About to be Iceberg walking through the CT smoke. They're not even going to catch him. He just heard the click of that op. Now here's the runaway. They're not going to catch him. He's a lurk out. Becky just destroys. Becky's been so insane today. Sashi, they get 10 in a row. Got a remark given back by Rage. At this margin, man, I mean, that's all you got to be feeling is frustration. Got to find a way to turn this around, and it's literally not in the 11th round. You're on to an eco right here, and that just does not spell any sort of hope for you. Putting up a nice spam. It's Lucky. It's a nice headshot. 2 in a row from Lucky. Oh, it's a third. He is just farming. Sending it up. Oh, Relift. It's a nice headshot. Now this MP9 is just trying to bring it around the corner. Smoke down. Lucky with a huge headshot. And Iceberg just to drown it out. 16 frags. And a 4K out for Lucky, the highest rated player of this unit. Usually dons the scope, but today on this Inferno, well, it is just not even required. Don't stop them now. Just as you're having a bit of a blast today. Certainly blowing out in the server. No hope at the moment. Gotta get some sort of pressure back. Gabby, more. It's about to be the perfect half. I hope I'm not cursing anybody. I got a wooden desk, guys. Don't you worry. Put some knocks in it for you. I don't have me to play. There's another op kill coming down. You have got to depend on the fattest Yoshi right now. Put up a big play. On behind that smoke, how many times have they disrespected them in situations like this? Attention put on that A side. Just more than pressure. Trying to get down. Flash. I'm not gonna let this one go. 2 right here. Ranger stepping up. Right in 1v3 and it's 11-1, so they do save themselves a little bit of room in this half. It is not the 12-0 that is put down by Sashi. Gonna be awfully challenging to come back from this one. Got that Anubis third. Not sure if we're going to see it. Well, Sashi probably going to keep shooting 100% on top of those pistol rounds right now. We'll see if they can do it again. Quick timeout, and this is coming from the Rage side in particular. Our HUD is getting flipped around. Oh, look at the chicken. Come to give the Rage squad a little bit of comfort. Because these are dire times. 11-1, but it's not anything to be afraid of yet. This is only the 1-0 spot, so it's going to be the 1-1 stage that Rage are likely to be on. Rage you likely see into Ruby at the 1-1 stage. This finishes the way that it's headed. Eagles gonna likely be in the hands of somebody going next round. I don't think either side walks out of this thing unsuccessfully. You're not gonna see a force, so down to the 1-2 here. USPs. Now, they don't take their shot. Clock's run over. Oh, but they don't know. Jacking out of the box. They are popped. Has the shot to pop out, and he does get 2. Expertly maneuvered right now, and it's a 1v1. Lucky finished the half with a 4K in that 11th round. Let's see if he can reach up, get this 12th. Pistols are up on the board. Both of these players are going to be awfully patient. Have a whole minute to work with. And Sashi facing off against Relift that have 3 nades on the belt. waits impatiently. Just put another CT smoke down and does. It's no fake. Not here today, not with this amount of time. Even a molly. You have him, you might as well use him. Trying to just see through that smoke, clearing out in the way. What is the point here? Because Lucky is going to do the same thing. Walk through, even hopped off of the bomb. Lucky can just play this any way he wants now. Doesn't give him the respect of the fight, but he just takes it on its own terms. It is Rage that will falter to Sashi's map pick. It's 12-1 at the moment. Sashi win another pistol. This time they have to clutch up to do it. This is the big fight in the round. Iceberg. Getting that second there was so crucial. Otherwise, we couldn't have gone a little bit longer here. A big force buy up for Rage. Sashi are about to finish things out. Plan is 13-1. Relift with the opening kill. Iceberg to deliver bad news right back. Tough pill to swallow, potentially. Backup is on the way here to CT as Becky picks up a big kill in the brackets. Only remaining member. There goes the shots. Cabby just tucks back on the way down. And that is it. It will be 13-1 Sashi. They close the series 2-0, and they really put in a battering on their map pick. Great scenes that they are able to just release to that Rage side, but it was a great look that they ended up really posting in honestly comfortable fashion. You really have to put praise over into that Sashi side for, when they're favored in a map, when they're favored in a series, they're going to be, taking that comfortably and not letting out hope where it's not supposed to go. So Sashi gets in the 2-0 for that round. It was RushB that ended up completing the reverse sweep in our third series of the day, and the aforementioned Ruby series against Copenhagen Wolves made that just that much sweeter. It was a great day of CS joining you on the CCT stream, but there's no more series left out here this afternoon. We are going to be continuing on with the days, I believe until the 5th or the 6th here with these play-ins. We got 4 spots to give out, so continue to tune back in, right? This is the brand new season of CCT. Obviously, there are details that are so, I wouldn't have the time to go into right now of all the events that are going to come in their direction. You're just going to have to keep coming back and seeing what is up. But like I said, we're in the closed qualifiers for this stage. Teams are trying to qualify in those play-ins. And one of those teams trying to qualify is Sashi. Just booked themselves to the next part of the qualifier. I believe they're going to be into that stage at 2-0 as the, top of Group B right here. So we're going to see who that other team is coming out of Group B soon. But ladies and gentlemen, that's all from me today. Thank you to Overside, who was on here this morning and was holding it down with such grace. Shout out to all production for their hard work behind it. Thank you for tuning in to join me again. So thank you all. Have a great rest of your evening, and we will see you next time for more CCT action. Bye-bye.